Hi, this is Elizabeth Montgomery, inviting you to stay tuned for Bewitched. I just bought the most marvelous birthday present for Mother.
Did you, darling? How nice. What is it?
It was supposed to be a surprise.
A camera? Whatever for? I can always conjure up pictures if I want to without all that fuss.
Well, that's why I chose it. There is no fuss with the Kodak Instamatic camera. There, all loaded and ready to go, even indoors.
Don't you dare.
Actually, I think I'll keep it myself.
Oh, these poor mortals are getting rather clever. I think I might keep it.
You will? Let me finish wrapping.
Oh, don't bother. Just say cheese.
Limburger.
Oh, pew.
For most of us, taking pictures with a Kodak Instamatic camera is easier than witchcraft. And they start at less than $19.
They really are perfect gifts. See your Kodak dealer.
I'm fed up with scrubbing.
Excuse me, but you need Tidy Bowl. Here.
Oh, it's you, the Tidy Bowl man. Will this help?
Sure. With each flush, Tidy Bowl releases strong cleaners that help keep toilet bowls stain-free.
How do I know Tidy Bowl's cleaning?
The sparkling color tells you that it's working hard. Tidy Bowl's powerful and safe on plumbing.
That's great.
Comes in lemon fresh blue or pine scented green. With Tidy Bowl, you'll scrub less.
Safe on plumbing, too.
I was practicing my hook shot when she walked in.
Looks like we're working together.
Brains, talent, she had everything.
This story's hot.
Including bad breath.
Something wrong?
I moved to the right, the left. There was no escape.
Excuse me.
Somebody like her.
How could I forget Scoop? Bad breath germ, goodbye. Wow, I'll show him.
Oh no, not again.
Hi.
Her breath.
I figured it out.
Right. For a positive reaction, the power of Scope. Now that we cleared the air, we could finally get down to business.
I'll take that now. Is this your rubber? Didn't your mama teach you manners? If you want something, you ask. Nice.
Please.
May I please have the wallet? You mean, may I please have the wallet, ma'am? May I please have the wallet, ma'am? That's good. That's real nice.
Hey. What time is it?
That's right. It's Podblast time. How are you? How are you? How are you? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley board game Life? I was more of a Monopoly man myself, but right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this program, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is your nostalgia show with a bite. Welcome. I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper, as you can see, anyone who's watching live. And as Steve Harvey would say at the beginning of Family Feud, honestly, now this show and the main two topics of tonight's program about nostalgia can be summed up with two sounds. Here they are. And and for our wonderful game show people out there, next time we will resume our conversation about the great deceased game show hosts of all time in game show history. Last time we did that, we covered Peter Marshall, who recently passed away in August of 2024. So we'll get back at it, talking about the great Bob Barker next time. And then we're also going to have a celebration of the 60th anniversary of Bewitched. And we have a special guest I have planned, a celebrity guest. Super excited about that. She's agreed to come on. I'll talk about it towards the end of the show. Now, later tonight, we're also going to have other regular nostalgia features like the character actor spotlight, some more classic TV commercials, some songs, and some trivia for prizes. We're going to play and resume our 1970s trivia. And I think by now everyone's received their prizes from the last show we did live 2 weeks ago. People emailed me that played last time and they got their items and they seem to be pretty happy with it. So we'll get to that. And we're going to, of course, cover Friday the 13th, because as we're live, it's still Friday the 13th, not for much longer. It's about 7:22 on the East Coast as we're live. So, you know, but still on the West, people watching in the Western part of the USA as we're live, it's still Friday the 13th. It's not even dark yet in your neck of the woods. It's almost 4:30 your time. Now, quick disclaimer, in terms of the video and audio clips I'll present to you tonight, I do not represent the owners of this material or any of its entities. This is a live, educational, interactive lecture for fellow nostalgia fans and fans of pop culture. Now, I can't say this anymore, in which I earn no proceeds, because my other channel, Chance Acting Demo, one word, is monetized, and I'll be monetized accordingly based on several factors. So that just covers the expenses of this program. So, but the good news is, to the rights owners, all the clips in this program were found on YouTube from other non-official channels. So these were not taken or ripped from actual DVDs, Blu-rays, or 4K releases or streaming releases of any of these programs or films. And I encourage everyone out there that has the means to buy this material from official sources. I want to say thanks in advance to Paramount, CBS Paramount, Warner Brothers, Universal, who did me a solid, Xfinity, Comcast Universal did me a solid last week with an issue I had with Facebook Live. Thanks to them for that. But we must lead with this, now that we have that out of the way, the legal mumbo jumbo. It's long in your rearview mirror, but I haven't talked about it yet. The late, great James Earl Jones sadly passed away back on Monday, September 9th, 2024. What a big loss, but he had a nice long life, and he'll live on in our hearts forever. He's immortal through film and video and audio. What an excellent voice that he had. And I have some interviews with James Earl Jones I want to share with you that I have prepared tonight. So we've got to lead with that for sure. So some brief history about James Earl Jones. He was born on Saturday, January 17th, 1931. Great actor and voice talent, known by most, I would say, in Gen X as the voice of Darth Vader in the original Star Wars trilogy. And of course, he reprised that voice and video games and streaming series on Disney Plus, as well as the prequel movies from 20 years ago, episodes 1, 2, and 3, or specifically in episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, and in the other movies, episodes 7, 8, 9, and then Rogue, I don't know, yeah, and for Rogue One, I believe his voice was in there as well, the voice of Darth Vader, and it was always such a thrill to hear that original voice artist instead of some knockoff. Like in 1977, Donnie Marie, there was a September 1977 season premiere. Season 3 of the Donnie Marie Show featured the characters from Star Wars, and there was Darth Vader, David Prowse in the costume. I think someone needs to confirm that, and I should have thought to confirm that for you tonight. I'm not sure if it was that was the guy in the costume. The original Darth Vader was an actor, a British actor and bodybuilder and stuntman, David Prowse, who sadly passed away. He was the true Darth Vader. But then his voice wasn't quite right. And there are outtakes I'll play later of David Prowse uttering the lines from the script for Darth Vader. And something was a little amiss. So James Earl Jones really fine-tuned the character and made the character come to life and didn't seem so ridiculous, you know? I mean, would the character have been as ominous as he was if not for James Earl Jones's voice? But getting back to some history of James Earl Jones, and then I'll get to the comments, people in the chat. I want to acknowledge you all and thank you so much. And I want to say thanks to anyone watching on my main channel, Chance Acting Demo on YouTube. This is the first live stream I've done there. I'm simul streaming on the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube, Facebook Live, and that YouTube channel. So thanks for that. And you can do super chats and all that good stuff. I'll talk about that towards the end of the show. I don't want to make this a commercial. But James Earl Jones, awesome actor. Wow. I mean, he was what they call a quadruple threat. He won an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony Award for his performances on Broadway. Just incredible talent. He was inducted into the American Theater Hall of Fame in 1985. And James Earl Jones, let's put his picture up. He was honored with the National Medal of Arts in 1992 at the Kennedy Center honor ceremony in 2002. So he received the National Medal of Arts in 1992 and then the Kennedy Center honor in 2002, 10 years later. And then he received the Screen Actors Guild Lifetime Achievement Award in 2009 and the Academy Award Honorary Award in 2011. How about that? Now, let me quickly get his image up. And we're going to play some clips of the late, great James Earl Jones. So there we go. Now, this is tonight's theme. And anyone that's listening, I would encourage you to go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. That's easier to find than Chance Acting Demo. Chance Acting Demo is all one word, a little confusing. But if you just simply Google search the Nostalgic Podblast, at the very top of your search, you will see the Nostalgic, with a C, not Nostalgia, the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. Click that, and then you'll see an image in the live tab showing James Earl Jones, a split screen with James Earl Jones on the left and the hockey mask of fictional Jason Voorhees from the Friday the 13th film franchise on the right side of the screen. Then you'll know you're in the right place. So this is James Earl Jones, and this is based on a viral shot showing James Earl Jones on one side of the screen on the left and Darth Vader's mask on the right side of the screen. So good friend of the show, huge YouTube channel, Brain Benders Banter, Chrissy in Northern California. I asked her to design this very image of Jason Voorhees with James Earl Jones, and she did a fantastic job. So thank you so much, Chrissy. I'll be on her channel with the regular panelists tomorrow night on Saturday night, Saturday the 14th, 2024, on her channel and mine, the Nostalgic Podblast. So getting back to honoring the memory of James Earl Jones. Let's get back to that. So we talked about all the awards and that, you know, he's just one of the greatest of all time. He was born in the southern state of Mississippi in 1931, and he had a stutter when he was a child. And you're going to hear him talk about that in his own words in just a moment. James Earl Jones said that poetry and acting helped him overcome the challenges of his speech disability. He was a pre-med major in college, and he served in the United States Army during the Korean War conflict before pursuing a career in acting. His deep voice was praised as a stirring voice that has lent gravel and gravitas to his projects. James Earl Jones, born in Arca Butler, Mississippi, made his Broadway debut in the play titled Sunrise at Campobello in 1957. He then gained prominence for acting in numerous productions with Shakespeare in the Park, including Othello, Hamlet, and King Lear, among others. And James Earl Jones worked steadily in theater, winning the Tony Award, as I mentioned previously, for Best Actor in a Play for his role as a boxer in The Great White Hope in 1968, which he reprised, a role he reprised in the 1970 film adaptation with the same title, The Great White Hope, that earned him an Academy Award and a Golden Globe nomination for that performance. Now, James Earl Jones won his second Tony Award for Best Actor in a Play for his role as a working-class father in August Wilson's Fences in 1987. He was a Tony Award nominee for his roles as the husband in Ernest Thompson's On Golden Pond in 2005, which is a story about an aging couple. And the movie was released in 1981 with Dabney Coleman, whom we talked about here on the show, and we honored him when he passed, Jane Fonda, and others, like the late, great Henry Fonda, and Katharine Hepburn, who played the wife of Henry Fonda's character. And it had a line in their catchphrase, "Suck face." There was a little punk kid that used that line. But he really was very sensitive, and he covered up his sensitivity with false bravado. Anyway, he also played a former president in the Gore Vidal play, The Best Man, in 2012. His other Broadway performances included Cat on a Hot Tin Roof in 2008, Driving Miss Daisy in 2010 and 2011 through 2011. That movie was filmed in Savannah, Georgia. I'm in the Atlanta, Georgia suburb of Vinings, otherwise known as Smyrna, Georgia. And that's where Julia Roberts and Eric Roberts grew up before they made it big in the arts. But getting back to the late, great James Earl Jones, he also had a great Broadway performance in You Can't Take It With You in 2014 and in The Gin Game, like the alcoholic beverage gin, The Gin Game from 2015 to 2016. James Earl Jones received a special Tony Award for his Lifetime Achievement in 2017. James Earl Jones made his film debut in Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove in 1964. And he received, that was a strange movie, hence the title, Dr. Strangelove. He received a Golden Globe Award nomination for Claudine in 1974. James Earl Jones gained international fame for his voice as Darth Vader in the Star Wars franchise, beginning with the original 1977 film released on May 25th, 1977. That was a Wednesday in limited release and wide release across the USA and the world in June of 77. James Earl Jones's other notable film roles include a performance in The Man in 1972, Conan the Barbarian in 1982. I'll play that trailer in just a little bit. Matewan in 1987, Coming to America in 1988. Who could forget that, with my favorite comedian who's still alive to this day as we're alive, Eddie Murphy. But remember Field of Dreams, his epic performance in that 1989 release. Also, he was in The Hunt for Red October, released in 1990, Sneakers in 1992, The Sandlot in 1993, and of course, The Lion King, Simba in 1994. That's probably for many his favorite performance, his voice work in The Lion King. Also, Cry, the Beloved Wave in 1990, and the crime series Gabriel's Fire in 1991. But he also acted in Roots in 1977 on the small screen in that epic miniseries Also, he was in Jesus of Nazareth in 1977, Picket Fences in 1994 on television, and Homicide, Life on the Street in 1997, and a guest appearance, and Everwood in 2004. Did you know that James Earl Jones's father, Robert Earl Jones, was also a performer? Now, his mother's name was Ruth. She was a teacher and a maid. But his father was also a boxer, a butler, and a chauffeur. But his father left the family shortly after James Earl Jones's birth and later became a stage and screen actor in New York and in Hollywood. His father passed away in 2006. James Earl Jones and his father did not get to know each other until the 1950s when they reconciled their differences. He said in interviews that his parents were both of mixed African-American, Irish, and Native American ancestry. From the age of 5, James Earl Jones was raised by his maternal grandparents, John Henry and Maggie Connolly, on their farm in Dublin, Michigan, not Dublin, Ireland. You thought I was going to say Ireland. Dublin, Michigan. They had moved from Mississippi in the Great Migration to Michigan. James Earl Jones found the transition to living with his grandparents in Michigan very traumatic, and he developed a stutter, like Mel Tillis had, so severe that he refused to speak. Can you believe it? That great voice. I guess it might have been before it developed and deepened through puberty, but he refused to speak. He clammed up. James Earl Jones said, "I was a stutterer. I couldn't talk. So my first year of school," I don't even want to try to, I can't even come close to his voice. So why am I doing that? "So my first year of school was my first mute year. And then those mute years continued until I got to high school." He credited his English teacher, Mr. Donald Crouch, who discovered that he had a gift for writing poetry, with helping him end his silence. The teacher, Mr. Crouch, urged James Earl Jones, a little young James Earl Jones, to challenge his reluctance to speak through reading poetry out loud to the class. In 1949, James Earl Jones graduated from Dixon Rural Agricultural School, now called Bethrin High School in Bethrin, Michigan, where he served as a vice president of his class. He excelled in school after he overcame the stutter. James Earl Jones attended the University of Michigan, where he was initially a pre-med major. He joined the Reserve Officers Training Corps and excelled. He felt comfortable within the structure of the military environment and enjoyed the camaraderie of his fellow cadets in the Pershing Rifles drill team and Scabbard and Blade Honor Society. After his junior year, he focused on drama with the thought of doing something he enjoyed. But he assumed he'd have to go off to war to fight in the Korean conflict. James Earl Jones graduated from the university in 1955 with a Bachelor of Arts degree, majoring in drama. With the Korean War intensifying, James Earl Jones expected to be deployed as soon as he received his commission as a second lieutenant. While he waited for his orders, he worked on the stage crew and acted at the Ramsdale Theater in Manistee, Michigan. James Earl Jones was commissioned in mid-1953 after the Korean War's end and reported to Fort Benning, now Fort Moore, that's in Columbus, Georgia, my state, to attend the Infantry Officers Basic Course. He attended Ranger School and received his Ranger tab. James Earl Jones was assigned to Headquarters and Headquarters Company 38th Regimental Combat Team. He was initially to report to Fort Leonard Wood, but his unit was instead sent to establish a cold weather training command at the former Camp Hale near Leadville, Colorado. His battalion became a training unit in the rugged terrain of the Rocky Mountains. James Earl Jones was promoted to first lieutenant prior to his discharge from service. And at that time, James Earl Jones moved to New York, where he studied at the American Theater Wing and worked as a janitor to support himself. Let's listen to just a minute of James Earl Jones in his own words. I want to break the monotony of my voice, and I will get to the chat. I see a lot of comments. There's so many people watching. I'm very grateful for those that are watching live and for those watching in the replay. Now, here is my first clip of the late, great James Earl Jones. It's 1 minute and 17 seconds long, talking about his stutter. Let's watch.
If my voice is famous, it's because of the Darth Vader character in the Star Wars series. When I'm asked, well, did I always have that kind of voice? And the answer is no.
For many years, James Earl Jones lived in silence because of a stuttering problem he experienced early in his life.
I don't mind talking about my stuttering because it's just another example of you find yourself with a weak muscle and you exercise it. And sometimes that becomes your strong muscle. I was mute from the grade 1 through freshman year in high school. Mute because I just gave up on talking. I said, I can't cut it. And if you mute that long, you become very curious about expressing yourself. You become very in need of a way to express yourself.
It was this need to express himself that ultimately led to an acting career. But it wasn't until he had tried his hand at a number of other jobs.
I was a farmer, not a bad farmer, but that was the way I grew up. I was a soldier, not a bad soldier. I considered the priesthood when I became a Catholic. But otherwise, there wasn't much I knew how to do.
What a great voice. What a great talent. I'm learning a lot about James Earl Jones that I like. It's very interesting. Now, I want to play some Darth Vader quotes, but I think I'll wait a moment. You know, I don't want to push my luck. But I have another interview of James Earl Jones when he was a much younger man. It's about 3 minutes long. Well, closer to 4 minutes. 3 minutes, 51 seconds long, which I'll play. I guess I'll play it now. It's about the women in his life. And, you know, something really irritated me. The day he passed away, the moment he passed away, practically, in a group chat I was in on another really crazy stream of conspiracy theorists, a gentleman who did serve the military, or served the USA in the armed forces of the Marines. So I thank him for his service. But he says, and there's nothing wrong with this, I don't mind. He said, oh, you know, and several people started saying this in this conspiracy theory. I don't know why I was there. He goes, oh, he was gay. And that would have been fine. But I'm like, he was married twice. He produced 2 children. And I just thought, you know, it doesn't matter, but just instead of showing respect for the talent, for that to be your only comment, I thought, you know, I'm out of here, man. Screw these people. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just thought that was just, and he said it in a derogatory way. So it doesn't matter if he was or wasn't. That's not the point. It was just a disrespect. Oh, I got to turn my sign on. That's real loud here. There we go. Guy's name's Frank, so the hell with him. All right, now let's watch another clip of James Earl Jones. But he's talking about women. Let's watch.
Jim, do black men marry white women because of the nature of black women? I know in some of our earlier conversations you mentioned that the black women you've met have been uptight. What do you mean by that?
Well, I'll answer the one question, what do I mean by uptight? Going toward a more militant attitude about their own identity. And in many ways are way ahead of the black man because I don't know why, but in many ways are replacing the black man. There's a whole, there's an almost an unfeminine aspect of the black militant woman.
Do you find that some black women you've known out of your personal experience blame the black man for what happened to them in slavery even today?
Of course. You know, if the black man regardless of the causes, failed to protect her, left her in a position where she had to sell herself or bargain with her body and so on. Yes, she had there's a resentment about that, but it's very complex now. You see, I think in another generation you'll get a whole crop uptight about their position in society. There are many, because I'm generalizing now, many are overreacting against Aunt Jemima, the Aunt Jemima image, the submissive Mother Earth type, unselfish, all-giving, especially all-giving to the white man, sexually and in the kitchen, every other way. And she's also overreacting against the problem of having to be the breadwinner, the matriarch of the house. The myth of the black matriarch is really a myth, because she is not. It wasn't her choice. Many black women, I'm sure, once they found this job had a certain social and political dignity to it, relished it and wielded the rolling pen, like any minority group mama would do. But no matter how much she might relish it, it wasn't her choice to begin with. She would always have preferred the black male to have run the house, to have saved her from white rapists, white slave owners,
Why did you marry Jim? But first, do you know what Jim means by the uptightness of black women?
Oh, yes.
You've been in the theater.
Well, I've felt it. I've sensed it with almost every black woman that we know, whether they accept me or not. Whether there's always a tolerance, but there's always hostility behind it. I can understand it intellectually. Thank God I didn't have to go through the process that made it occur. I happen to think it's a good thing that they're showing hostility. I think it's the only thing they can show at the moment. And I think out of the hostility, I think that's a healthy sign.
Yeah, so that you can see that's kind of a controversial interview. That's what I found on the internet. It's so interesting to see him as a young man. Now let's get back to the pop culture and the lightness. No pun intended. The lightness of the show, that was pretty heavy. That was pretty deep and pretty heavy. Let's get to some clips of the acting of James Earl Jones. Let's start with what really was the first Marvel big screen movie. Conan the Barbarian, released in 1982, filmed in 1981. That's a Marvel comic book. So in my book, that's like the first Marvel movie. Let's watch a little bit of the trailer to Conan the Barbarian, in which James Earl Jones played a villain. Remember, he had like a long bowl cut? And there's an homage to Savage Tales #1, which introduced Conan. It was a Marvel magazine, and it was a little grittier, the magazine. I should have pulled that cover. I'll try to pull it and show you that cover, because it shows James Earl Jones's character in print form in the early 1970s being beheaded like he was in the film. Now let's watch this trailer. This is suitable for all audiences of Conan the Barbarian, the first Marvel big screen movie.
Fire and wind come from the sky, from the gods of the sky. But Crum is your god. Crum, and he lives in the earth. Once giants lived in the earth, Conan. And in the darkness of chaos, they fooled Crum. And they took from him the enigma of steel. Crum was angered, and the earth shook. And fire and wind struck down these giants, and they threw their bodies into the waters. But in their rage, the gods forgot the secret of steel and left it on the battlefield. And we who found it are just men. Not gods, not giants, just men. the secret of steel has always carried with it a mystery. You must learn its riddle, Conan. You must learn its discipline. For no one in this world can you trust. Not men, not women, not beasts. This you can trust.
Between the time when the oceans drank Atlantis and the rise of the sons of Arius, there was an age undreamed of. And unto this, Conan, destined to bear the jeweled crown of Aquilonia upon a troubled brow. It is I, his chronicler, who alone can tell thee of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure.
Very cool. Now, I did misspeak. The first appearance of Conan was in comic book form in Conan the Barbarian issue #1, released on July 21st, 1970. And I have that in my collection. The magazine cover, I have it right here. This is from January 1971. It introduced Man-Thing. That's where I got a little confused, and I know better. Let me pull that photo up and show you that cover. It's a classic cover, and it's a little bit more graphic than you've seen in comic books because it shows that severed head. Here it is. That's Savage Tales magazine, issue 1. And remember that from the end of the movie? Spoiler alert, and James Earl Jones plays that character, and you see his head. And that movie ran endlessly on HBO in like late 82, 83. I'd watch it all the time with Danny Cochran and Jeff Logan. We're growing up. So there you go. That's pretty cool. Getting back to James Earl Jones. Let me see. I want to play some other clips. Well, wait a minute. I want to play clips, some Darth Vader one-liners. I just want to make sure that Disney will be cool with that. By the way, well, no, I'll get to that in a minute. I don't want to get off topic here. That'll just put me down a rabbit hole, what I was going to say. So let me get back on track talking about this man, James Earl Jones. And then I'll play some best of Darth Vader. Let me just get back on track because we're honoring him. And, you know, his service to the country, to the USA is very, very admirable. Wow. As well as his performances. So James Earl Jones began his acting career at Ramsdale Theater in Michigan. In 1953, he was a stage carpenter, and in between 1955 and 1957, he acted and was a stage manager. In his first acting season at Ramsdale, he portrayed Othello, the great Shakespearean character by William Shakespeare. His early career also included an appearance on the ABC radio anthology series Theater 5. In 1957, James Earl Jones made his Broadway debut as an understudy to Lloyd Richards in the short-lived play titled The Egghead by Molly Kazan. The play ran only 21 performances, but 3 months later, in January 1958, James Earl Jones created the featured role of Edward the Butler in Sunrise at Campobello at the Court Theater. In 1961, James Earl Jones appeared in an off-Broadway production of The Blacks by Jean Genet. Jean Genet is spelled J-E-A-N, Genet, G-E-N-E-T. The T is silent. And he was there alongside 8 prominent black actors, including the great Roscoe Lee Brown, Cicely Tyson, one of my favorite actors of all time. She played Miss Jane Pittman, and she was in the Richard Pryor underrated film Bustin' Loose as the love interest to Richard Pryor's character. But he also acted, James Earl Jones did, with the late, great Lou Gossett Sr., who won an Oscar for his awesome performance in An Officer and a Gentleman, and other black actors. The New York Public Library has a collection of photographs of this production, The Blacks, including one of Cicely Tyson and James Earl Jones. So Jones's performances, all right, Jones performs, all right, let's see here, hang on a sec. During the early to mid-1960s, James Earl Jones acted in various works of William Shakespeare, becoming one of the best-known Shakespearean actors of all time. He tackled such roles, as you heard, as Othello and King Lear, and also as Oberon in A Midsummer Night's Dream. He acted in Measure for Measure, and he played Claudius in Hamlet. Also during this period, James Earl Jones made his film debut in Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove in 1964 that I mentioned earlier. And he was the young Lieutenant Lothar Zog, the B-52 bomber. James Earl Jones would later play a surgeon and a Haitian rebel leader in The Comedians alongside Richard Burton, Elizabeth Taylor, and Sir Alec Guinness. Future Obi-Wan Kenobi, whom he battled in voice form in Star Wars and struck him down, making him more powerful than Darth Vader could possibly imagine. You know what? I think I'll play some clips of James Earl Jones voicing Darth Vader over the physical performance of David Prowse right now. Let's look at that, and then I need to get to your comments. I'm sorry, chat. We're going to do that in just a moment. I just want to play a little bit of some video here. Here we go. Now, please, bot gods, don't strike me down. Otherwise, I'll become even weaker than I already am. No, here we go. Let's watch this.
I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take it away! Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
Find the rebels' hidden fort.
I find your lack of faith disturbing. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. This will be a day long remembered. It has seen the end of Kenobi and will soon see the end of the rebellion.
He felt surprise was wiser.
He is as clumsy as he is stupid. General, prepare your troops for a surface attack. You have failed me for the last time, Admiral. Captain Piet.
Yes, my lord.
Make ready to land our troops beyond their energy field, then deploy the fleet so that nothing gets off the system. You are in command now, Admiral Piet. If he could be turned, he would become a powerful ally.
Can it be done?
He will join us or die, Master. Apology accepted, Captain Nida.
You said they'd be left in the city under my supervision.
I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. Obi-Wan has taught you well. You have controlled your fear. Now, release your anger. Only your hatred can destroy me.
He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father. Luke, you can destroy the Emperor. He has foreseen this. It is your destiny. Join me and together we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
We shall double our efforts.
I hope so, Commander, for your sake. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. You don't know the power of the dark side. I must obey my master. You underestimate the power of the dark side. If you will not fight, then you will meet your destiny. Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me. Now his failure is complete. If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will. Just for once, let me look on you with my own eyes.
I've got to save you.
You already have. Look, you were right. You were right about me. Tell your sister you were right.
Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, Director. Prove yourself, and the position of Grand Inquisitor is yours. Fail me, and you will not live to regret it.
What have you become?
I am what you made me.
Anakin. Anakin's gone. I am what remains. I am not your failure.
Obi-Wan.
You didn't kill Anakin Skywalker. I did.
Very cool. Very cool clip there. I love that compilation. And what are they going to do now? I mean, I guess AI could probably replicate the late, great James Earl Jones's voice, I suppose. But it won't be the same. Now, a thrill for me, this is very selfish on my part, was to it is popping up. Let me get rid of this. I need to delete this from existence, I think. Okay. And Obi-Wan, I loved hearing Darth Vader say the word or say the name. It was really the word. He said chance. And I'm going to play that audio now. Let me get it right here. Let's listen together.
You should have killed me when you had the chance.
I just love that. So the late great James Earl Jones is Darth Vader. Yeah. Oh, in the chat, yeah, Keebs, I know there Facebook Live, there's some issue, but I have submitted something, so you know it'll eventually get resolved. I'm not going to worry about it. Hey, go to YouTube. And listeners, I'm sorry about that distraction because the show must go on no matter what happens with social media. Now, getting back to James Earl Jones as we wrap on remembering James Earl Jones. Let's see here. I have to respond to this. Just a moment. Just a moment. I just have to hit one little button. All right. Let's see here. It's something I have to do Monday. And done. Okay. Sorry about that, guys and gals. And the audience is listening. The audience is listening. Danny Cochran, friend of the show, his wife came up with that. I love it because the Nostalgic Podblast is this program. So she coined the phrase, the podience, not potty, like a potty mouth, like a lot of streams are, but a podience, like a podcast, an audience, podience and audience together. The Pawdience. I think that's brilliant. Okay. I don't want to make this a bit the biography channel, but I do want to give just respect to the late, great James Earl Jones. Let's see. Where do we leave off? Okay. In December 1967, James Earl Jones starred alongside Jane Alexander in Howard Sackler's play titled The Great White Hope. I know I mentioned that earlier at the Arena stage in Washington, D.C. I didn't mention that. And James Earl Jones took the role of the talented but troubled boxer Jack Jefferson, who's based on the real champion Jack Johnson. The play was a huge success when it moved to Broadway on October 3rd, 1968. Let me change my camera shot really quickly. There. That's better. Okay. Now, let's see. Okay. In 1969, James Earl Jones participated in making test films for the children's educational series Sesame Street. These shorts, combined with animated segments, were shown to groups of children to gauge the effectiveness of the then groundbreaking show Sesame Street in that format. As cited by production notes included in the DVD release titled Sesame Street Old School 1969 and 1974, the short that had the greatest impact with that test audience was one showing bald-headed James Earl Jones counting slowly to 10. This and other segments featuring Jones were eventually aired as part of the Sesame Street series itself when it debuted later in 1969, and Jones is often cited as the first celebrity guest on that series, although a segment with Carol Burnett was the first to actually be broadcast. He also appeared on the soap opera Guiding Light. Did you know that? How cool is that? Now, that play he did, The Great White Hope, was so well received, he won a Pulitzer Prize for drama. Wait, the play received the Pulitzer Prize. That's a writing honor for drama. I knew that. Okay, my brain finally caught up. My mouth and my brain sometimes diverged, and now they're one again. James Earl Jones himself won the 1969 Tony Award for Best Actor in a Play and the Drama Desk Award for his performance in The Great White Hope. James Earl Jones, let's see, let me get to, okay, I don't want to just go on and on and on. I want to give proper respect, but let me just see here. He did a lot of work in the 70s, James Earl Jones did. He played Hickey on Broadway at the Circle in the Square Theater in a revival of Eugene O'Neill's The Iceman Cometh, and starred in the title role of William Shakespeare's King Lear opposite Paul Sorvino and others like Raul Julia. Man, he died way too young. Raul Julia, the movie, Gomez Addams, and the two Addams Family movies of the early 1990s. And he performed at the New York City Shakespeare Festival in Central Park, which was recorded and broadcast in the PBS Great Performances series the following year. In 1974, James Earl Jones played Lenny on Broadway in the 1974 Brooks Atkinson theater production of the adaptation of John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men, with Kevin Conway as George and Pamela Blair as Curly's wife. In 1974, James Earl Jones co-starred with Diane Carroll, who was the star of Julia, a groundbreaking television show for an African-American female lead, in the film titled Claudine, the story of a woman who raises her 6 children alone after 2 failed and 2 almost marriages. The film is a romantic comedy and drama focusing on systematic racial disparities Black families face. It was one of the first major films to tackle themes such as welfare, economic inequality, and the typical marriage of men and women in the African-American community during the 1970s. James Earl Jones and Diane Carroll received widespread critical acclaim and Golden Globe nominations for their performances. And Diane Carroll was also nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actress for her performance there. But in 1977, Jones made his iconic debut voiceover as Darth Vader in George Lucas's space opera blockbuster film Star Wars: A New Hope, which he would reprise for the sequels The Empire Strikes Back, released in 1980, and Return of the Jedi in 1983. Darth Vader was portrayed in costume, as I've said 2 times now at least, by David Prowse in the original film trilogy, with James Earl Jones dubbing Darth Vader's dialogue in post-production because David Prowse's strong West Country accent was deemed unsuitable for the role by the director George Lucas. At his own request, James Earl Jones was uncredited for the release of the first 2 Star Wars films. Remember, in Return of the Jedi, James Earl Jones, as the voice of Darth Vader, was on the screen. But he was eventually credited for the first film's January 1997 theatrical special edition re-release of Star Wars A New Hope. The original Star Wars film was just released as Star Wars, with the scroll, "It is a period of civil war." It never said Episode 4 New Hope. The Episode 4 New Hope was added for the re-release in theaters way back in 1981 or 1980, I believe it was, to promote the release of The Empire Strikes Back. Let me see. James Earl Jones, I mean, he did so much that we don't realize. You know, we always think of Simba, we think of Darth Vader, we think of, in a lot of cases, Field of Dreams, but he did so much more. And he did so much for the country, too, with his service in the Army. It's amazing. But he won, did you know that he also received a Grammy Award for Best Spoken Word Album for an album titled Great American Documents? In late 1970, that was back in 77. In late 1979, James Earl Jones appeared on the short-lived CBS police drama titled Paris. And Jones also starred that year in the critically acclaimed TV miniseries sequel, Roots, The Next Generations, not talking Star Trek here, as the older version of the author Alex Haley. Let's see. Let me just do some editing here, self-editing. In 1987, James Earl Jones starred in August Wilson's play Fences as Troy Maxson, a middle-aged working-class father who struggles to provide for his family. The play, set in the 1950s, is part of Wilson's 10-part Pittsburgh cycle. The play explores the evolving African-American experience and examines race relations, among other themes. James Earl Jones won widespread critical acclaim, earning himself his second Tony Award for Best Actor in a Play. Besides the Star Wars sequels, Jones was featured in several other box office hits of the 1980s. The action fantasy film Conan the Barbarian that we saw a clip from and trailer, and we talked about it, and the Eddie Murphy comedy Coming to America, one of my favorite Eddie Murphy movies, released in 1988. And he was in the sports drama fantasy Field of Dreams, released in 89. I know I'm rehashing here, but in case anyone tuned in late, I'm going to mention this again really quickly, which earned an Academy Award for Best Picture nomination. He also starred in the independent film Matewan in 1987, which dramatized the events of that battle, a coal miner strike in 1920 in a small town in the hills of West Virginia. He received an Independent Spirit Award nomination for his performance in that production. In 1985, James Earl Jones lent his deep voice in the first episode of Hanna-Barbera's The Greatest Adventure Stories from the Bible. From 1989 to 1992, James Earl Jones served as the host of the children's TV series Long Ago and Far Away. And James Earl Jones appeared in several more successful films during the early to the mid-1990s, including The Hunt for Red October in 1990, Patriot Games in 1992, The Sandlot in 1993. Mr. Gutfeld, watching on Facebook Live, mentioned that that's one of his favorite films, The Sandlot. He loved that performance. But James Earl Jones also was in Clear and Present Danger, released in 1994, and Cry, The Beloved Country in 1995, released in 95. He also lent his distinctive deep voice to the role of Mufasa in the 1994 animated film The Lion King. I know I said Simba. You know what I'm saying. In 1992, James Earl Jones was presented with the National Medal of Arts by President Herbert Walker Bush. Jones had the distinction of winning 2 Primetime Emmy Awards in the same year. In 1991, as Best Actor for his role in Gabriel's Fire, and as Best Supporting Actor for his work in Heat Wave. He also did voice work in The Simpsons in the 1990 Treehouse of Horror Halloween special, and in 2 other episodes of The Simpsons. Pretty cool. Let's see here. Okay. I mean, he did so much. I mean, he did guest starring roles on television, like in Law and Order on NBC, Frasier on NBC, and ABC's Lois and Clark, The New Adventures, Fox's medical drama House, MD, and in The Big Bang Theory on CBS, and 2.5 Men on CBS, also on CBS. In 2002, he received, I know I already said this, the Kennedy Center Honors at the John F. Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. And also at that very same ceremony were fellow honorees Paul Simon, Elizabeth Taylor, and Chita Rivera. President George W. Bush joked, "People say the voice of the president is the most easily recognized voice in America. Well, I'm not going to make that claim in the presence of James Earl Jones." Those there to honor Jones included Sidney Poitier, Kelsey Grammer, Charles S. Dutton, The Rock on TV, and Courtney B. Vance. But of course, he also voiced the CNN tagline, "This is CNN." And that was all an accident, by the way. That was just during an interview. The interviewer said, "Hey, can you say this is CNN?" And then they sampled it, and the rest is history. He lent his voice to the opening of NBC's coverage of the 2000 and 2004 Summer Olympic Games. And by the way, the Olympic fanfare is by John Williams. Did you know that? It's true. Jones narrated all 27 books of the New Testament in the audiobook James Earl Jones Reads the New Testament. Although uncredited, James Earl Jones's voice is possibly heard as Darth Vader at the conclusion, of course it was heard, of Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, released in 2005. That was his voice. "Is Padme safe?" I'm sorry, that's a terrible impression. I know. I don't have that kind of talent, those kind of pipes. But I love that line. That really put, the hairs of my arms on edge when I heard that line back in 2005 in the theater the first time. It just was awesome hearing the real Darth Vader voice. Again, they did the radio dramas. The adaptation of The Empire Strikes Back just wasn't the same without James Earl Jones. And I need to know if he voiced Darth Vader in that Donnie Marie, because I said it wasn't him. It kind of sounds like him, but I doubt it. I don't think it was. But see, can anyone confirm, is that James Earl Jones' voice in the September 1977 Donnie Marie season premiere in the Star Wars episode? I would say no, but I don't know. I don't know. And I don't want to say anything I'm not certain about here on the Podblast. Now, here's why I said it was ambiguous if James Earl Jones voiced Darth Vader in Revenge of the Sith. When specifically asked whether he'd supplied the voice, "Is Padme, is she safe?" No, that yell didn't sound like him. I'll give you that. At the end, that it got really mocked savagely by the fans. Like, no, they try to make it look like a Frankenstein moment. I thought it was like a tribute to Universal Horror. By the way, there's some new comic books in comic shops now as we're live. Tributes to Universal Horror Monsters. I'll show you some in a minute. But people mused, was that from a previous recording? This is before AI, where anything can happen. And at that time, James Earl Jones in 2005 told Newsday, "You'd have to ask George Lucas about that. I don't know." On April 7th, 2005, James Earl Jones and Leslie Uggams headed the cast in an African-American Broadway revival version of On Golden Pond, directed by Leonard Foglia and produced by Jeffrey Finn. In February 2008, James Earl Jones starred on Broadway as Big Daddy in a limited run. All African-American production of Tennessee Williams' Pulitzer Prize-winning drama Cat in a Hot Tin Roof, directed by Debbie Allen and staged at the Broadhurst Theater. In November 2009, James Earl Jones reprised the role of Big Daddy in Cat on the Hot Tin Roof at the Novello Theater in London's West End. That production also starred Santa Lathan as Maggie and Felicia Rashad as Big Mama. You know her from The Cosby Show as Cos's wife. Let's see here. Let's get to his retirement. In October 2010, James Earl Jones returned to Broadway on the big stage, and Alfred Urai's Driving Miss Daisy along with Vanessa Redgrave at the Golden Theatre. In November 2011, James Earl Jones starred in Driving Miss Daisy in London's West End, and on November 12th received an honorary Oscar in front of the audience, which was presented to him by Ben Kingsley. First thing I saw him in was 1982. It put me to sleep at the time, but how about his performance? It certainly wasn't Iron Man 3 that was his best performance, but man, was he good in that movie. In March 2012, Jones played the role of President Art Hochstader in Gore Vidal's The Best Man on Broadway at the Schoenfeld Theater. He was nominated for a Tony Award for Best Actor in a Play. The play also starred Angela Lansbury, John Larroquette, who really became very prominent in, of course, the original Night Court show, and he's in the revival. But I remember him from all sorts of movies like Twilight Zone, the movie. He had a terrible role in that as a terrible human being, piece of filth. But man, what a great talent John Larroquette is, by the way. And also in that production was Candice Bergen, Eric McCormack, and others. I'm trying to think, what was that movie of Ben Kingsley? Who did he play? It was a historical figure. I'm having a brain fart. India. Hang on, I'll look it up. Hang on a second, folks. Let me look that up, and then I'll get to the comments. I promise, and I promise in chat. Ben Kingsley. I'm gonna kick myself when I see the name. God dang it! He won it in '83. It's for the 1982 movie. God dang it! Hang on a second here. What was that? Oh, I said a bad word. Excuse me. Hang on a second. Let me see. Ben Kingsley Oscar nominations. It never shows what it is. It says the year. That's a big flaw with the Academy Award website. Hang on a second. Let me just look this up. I've stopped the show. Gandhi, of course. Gandhi. God. Gandhi. I know some of you in chat were probably screaming, "You idiot, Gandhi! Gandhi!" See you, Sean Ennis. Thanks for tuning in. I'm looking at the chat now. Sorry, listeners. Let me get back to the show. We're going to get to Friday the 13th in a moment and the character actor of the week. Let's see. Let's start to wrap on talking about the late, great James Earl Jones. 2013, James Earl Jones starred opposite Vanessa Redgrave in a production of Much Ado About Nothing. He worked with Dame Angela Lansbury in an Australian tour of Driving Miss Daisy. How cool is that? He just did so much. He worked with Jessica Tandy, of course. Well, the play had originally premiered with Jessica Tandy for the Gin Game opposite Cicely Tyson. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, wait. All right, the Gin Game is what had originally premiered in Australia. Okay, let me just keep going here. Wait a minute. I screwed something up. I got to get this right. This is important. There was a revival of the Gin Game with James Earl Jones and Cicely Tyson at the John Golden Theatre, where the play had originally premiered with Jessica Tandy. Okay, now I got that correct. Now, he worked with Malcolm McDowell alongside him from 2013 to 2014 in a series of commercials for Sprint. Man, the iPhones made that obsolete, right? Long distance service. In which the two dramatically recited mundane phone and text message conversations. Now, in 2015, James Earl Jones starred as Chief Justice Caleb Thorne in the American drama series Agent X, alongside actress Sharon Stone and others. The television show and that series was aired by TNT, Turner Network Television, from November 8th to December 27th, 2015, running only one season and 10 episodes. James Earl Jones officially reprised his role as Darth Vader, yes, for the character's appearances in the animated TV series Star Wars Rebels and the live-action film Rogue One, A Star Wars Story in 2016. Of course. A horse is a horse, of course, of course. I knew that. I don't know why I questioned that he did the voice. That sent chills down my spine. That end of Rogue One. If you've not seen it, that's probably the best post-original trilogy Star Wars big screen movie I've ever seen. It's about how the rebels got the plans to destroy the Death Star. It was very well done. If you haven't seen it by now, hell, it's almost 10 years old. And now there's a lawsuit. The estate of the actor who played Grand Moff Tarkin is suing. And who played Grand Moff Tarkin? You know that. Let me look in the chat. Who played Grand Moff Tarkin? He's been dead for years. Let me tell you when he died. I'll give you the date. But there is a news story about a lawsuit. Disney's being sued, and I think it's ridiculous to sue over this. Peter Cushing's estate. Let me see when he passed away. Peter Cushing is the actor. I went ahead and gave the answer. We'll get to 1970s trivia later too for prizes. Peter Cushing. Okay, Peter Cushing. God bless America. Oh, gosh darn it. Let me see when he died. It's right here. I should have had this prepared. Hang on now. Grand Moff Tarkin. If only I could look this up. Peter Cushing died on August 11th, 1994. Let me see how old he was. And of course, James Earl Jones was 93 years young when he passed away. But Peter Cushing, who played Grand Moff Tarkin, was 81 when he passed. Loved him in Hammer Horror Productions. Just a classically trained actor. Really good stuff. Okay. I got to wrap on this topic. I don't want to I'll go too long here. Okay, but about Darth Vader, about the other performances as Darth Vader after Rogue One. He did a 3-word cameo in Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, released in 2019 on the big screen, which is a terrible Star Wars movie. I hated the way Luke Skywalker went out. Hated that. It was built up, and it was such a letdown. It was so anticlimactic what happened to Luke Skywalker in those newer films. But in 2019, he also reprised his role of Mufasa in the CGI remake of The Lion King, directed by Jon Favreau, who plays Happy in the Iron Man movies. He's part of the MCU, and he's also, of course, a director. He directed Iron Man. He's great. In which he was the only original cast member to do so. Talking about James Earl Jones. Yeah, Favreau has directed a whole lot of stuff. He directed Iron Man, Iron Man 2, Cowboys and Aliens. That was a very underrated movie starring Harrison Ford. Loved it. Good stuff. What a talent. All right, let me get back on track here. According to Jon Favreau, James Earl Jones's lines from the original film remain mostly the same in his version of Lion King. All right, let's see here. Jones did come back to play the King in Coming to America 2, filmed right here in Atlanta, released in 2021. Very cool. All right. Now, in terms of his personal life, Frank, mentioned him earlier. Very disrespectful comments from him and some other idiot. In 1968, James Earl Jones married actress and singer Julianne Marie, whom he met while performing as Othello in 1964. They worked on the stage together. Kind of like a friend of the show, BK on the Air. That's the name of this guy's radio show. His name's Barry King. In case you're new to this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, I believe he said he directed his wife, whom he later married, when they did an on-stage production at the Marietta Strand Theater. I think that's right. But anyway, James Earl Jones met his future wife on the stage, too, in the production of Othello. They had no children and divorced in 1972. But in 1982, he married actress Celia Hart, who played to his Othello shortly after they wed, and with whom he did have a son named Flynn. But Hart died from ovarian cancer on October 16th, 2016. Very sad. Very sad. In April 2016, James Earl Jones spoke publicly for the first time in nearly 20 years about his long-term health challenge with type 2 diabetes. He was diagnosed in the mid-1990s with that affliction after his doctor noticed he'd fallen asleep while exercising at a gym. As you heard previously, James Earl Jones was a Roman Catholic, having converted during his time in the U.S. military. But sadly, James Earl Jones died at his home in Pawling, New York on September 9th, 2024, at the age of 93. In a statement, CNN, the cable news network, said that James Earl Jones was, quote, the voice of CNN and our brand for many decades, uniquely conveying through speech, instant authority, grace, and decorum. That remarkable voice is just one of many things the world will miss about James, unquote. Now, James's alma mater, the University of Michigan, paid tribute to him by posting a We Are Michigan video narrated by Jones on X, formerly known as Twitter. The NAACP, SAG-AFTRA Union, the Public Theater, and Major League Baseball also paid tribute to the late, great James Earl Jones. The Empire State Building in New York City was lit up to resemble Darth Vader the week that he died in September 2024. Incredible. And there's been many things said about James Earl Jones after he passed away. Following his death, the New York Times described Jones's career as a prodigy, prodigious body of work, and called him one of America's most versatile actors in a stage, film, and television career. The Hollywood Reporter referred to Jones as one of the most admired American actors of all time. Very good stuff. So, I want to just say from the heart, from my Gen X childhood heart, rest in peace to James Earl Jones. You will be immortal on film, in recordings, and in our hearts. Wow. What more can be said? What more can be said? Wow. Now, before I get to the character actor of the show, I think it's finally time to acknowledge the chat and put some comments on the screen. First thing I see most recently is Corey's Comedy Channel. He's saying, everybody knows that Chance is a celebrity. I don't know about that. Lady C is in the house. I don't know what that means. Is he calling me a girl? I don't know. But, I've got to do our little video piece as we finally go to the chat. And I like to do this. I like to play this little piece of video when we say hey to the people watching.
You have a good day today, friends. Yeah. I did.
I had a Superman day.
You had a Superman day? Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Spider-Man day.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. Well, you know what? Wait. You know what time it is? It's time for me to see the friends at home in the magic mirror. Romper bumper, stomper boo. Tell me do. Magic mirror, tell me today, did all my friends have fun at play? All my friends had fun today. I see David's having a special day today, and Olivia Joy had a special day on Sunday, and I see Robin had a special day yesterday, and Dana's having a special day today, and so is Reginald and Edward John and Margaret, and I see Justin and Megan and Courtney and Brick and Mark and Rachel and Sheila and Caroline are all having special days, and Cicely and Ashley and Matthew and Jose, and I see Bonnie and Anthony and Joe had special days yesterday, and so did Tammy and Brandon and Gregory, and of course, friends, you know I see you, and I'll see you again.
That's, of course, from Romper Room, which lasted many generations. That was a great childhood show for many kids. Hello to Keebler. Danger, no sugarcoating truth, says Peekaboo, I see you. Appreciate you. She's one of my 3 angels, and she's a power mod right here. And so is, I want to say hi to Esmeralda. She told me in the chat here, I put it on the screen rather rapidly, she received her prize. She was one of the 3 winners from 1970s trivia. We're going to give away more stuff tonight. Oh, I see my own comment. I'm just clicking. Hello to Limey Redneck, one of my co-panelists on Brain Bender's Banter Saturday night nostalgia live show, along with TD. And of course, Sarah, my flock is everywhere in Southern California. She's one of my angels as well, and one of my power moderators. Just a heck of a nice person, just a sweetheart. We love Sarah. I said, hey to Limey. Oh, that's just me saying, here we go. Okay, so that was before I even went live. Hello to Tracy's Fractured History and More. She says hello. She's in Florida State. She was one of the 3 winners. She received her prize. She sent me a kind email letting me know she liked her Batman 1989 mint condition Topps cards. Happy to send those to you, and I'm going to have some more winners tonight, hopefully. Sean Innes says, I had to stop by for a James Earl Jones Memorial stream. Hello, all. Hello to you. Glad you could pop in and say, hey, hello to the Outcast Creative. And Outcast says the Outcast Creative YouTube channel, he was a legend, reference to the late, great James Earl Jones. And Esmeralda said, hey, to everyone I just mentioned there. Let me get back here. Tracy says, hey, I'm going live tonight for about a half hour tonight, but Chance, if you're on later, I will watch you. And there's always the replay. I appreciate you, and I wish I could catch you while I'm live, but I got a show to do. Hello to Sean, and I appreciate you being here. Hello to Terrell Eugene Bellinger. Hello to you. Now, the Facebook live stream may be down right now. It'll hopefully be back up eventually. So I'm just going to keep rolling here on the YouTube channels, and this will be on Fistful of Radio tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Pacific, for anyone that wants to catch the audio-only version. And, of course, Apple Podcasts and Podbean and Spotify. Just Google the Nostalgic Podblast. You can see a whole bunch of places you can hear or see this very program, the Nostalgic Podblast. So, hey to you, Tracy. Let me just get through those I've already acknowledged. Hello to Snarky, Snark and Sass YouTube channel. We love Snarky. She's awesome. I thought I saw Brain Bender's Banter Chrissy in here. She designed my great thumbnail image I put up on the screen. Let me put it up again. This is one I can, it was my concept, but she made it a reality, showing Jason from Friday the 13th, because it is Friday the 13th as we're live, and James Earl Jones. And that's based on this image that went viral in the wake of the passing of James Earl Jones. Let me take this comment off so you can see everything a little bit better. All right. Whoa. Hang on. I'm trying to get caught up here on the comments. Those that are watching live, and there's quite a few. Wait a second. Okay, there we go. So there's the original. And here's the one that Chrissy made for me. Isn't that nice? Now, I think that's really, really cool. Now, let's get back to some more comments. Let me just go. I don't want to leave anybody out. Sean Ennis says, it's too hot. Where are you, brother? I think you said you had to take off. I'd like to know what state you're in. I don't need your address. We don't need to get that specific. Snark says, I blew the equalizer out. Oh, my voice. She must mean I got loud. Let me just, okay. Now I'm finally caught up. Sarah was giggling at something I said. Let me keep going. People are saying hey to each other. Joe Gutfeld, he was one of the other winners. He emailed me too. He got his prize, Grease mint condition 1978 Topps cards. He got them in the mail this week. And hello to Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World, also watching on my Facebook Live, the Nostalgic Podblast. I don't know if it's still there or not. It should be restored. I while I was live, I submitted a little dispute. There was a 10-second clip that was an issue with one of the music groups. Apparently it was okay on YouTube, at least for now. Don't want to jinx myself. I better knock on wood here on this desk that I got from Al Hardy, friend of the show. This desk came from Superstation WTCG WTBS, the Superstation, Atlanta, Georgia, from their old offices. Hello to Polly. Oh my gosh, she's in the promised land. Polly is in the other side of the world, in the Middle East. She's in Jerusalem. Wow. Joe also says on Facebook Live, too bad you're not doing a Friday the 13th trivia contest. I should, but not everyone likes horror, and I do have some clips. I will warn you, I'm going to play some of Tom Savini's makeup effects, but I will have a warning before I play that content because I don't want to make anyone squeamish. Of course, it's not real. I'm just going to cover the first 3 Friday the 13th films. So, yeah, we're going to talk Friday the 13th in just a minute or two, in just a moment. Joe Gutfeld says James Earl Jones starred in 3 baseball movies. Polly is saying, hey, I love Polly. She's a new friend to the Podblast, and I love her live streams as well. She was on with UFO Man. Patrick, UFO Man is a great YouTube channel I highly recommend. Now, Terrell says, my favorite memory of James Earl Jones was when he hosted the PBS show long ago and far away, in which he narrated folk tales. Yeah, we talked about that, or I talked about that earlier. Very cool. Let's see. Sean Ennis. David Prowse was the bodybuilder in A Clockwork Orange and Frankenstein in at least one Hammer horror film. You are correct, sir. I knew that, and I know that, and you are very astute to know that as well. This audience is so intelligent. We don't have any dummies listening to or watching the Nostalgic Podblast. We really don't. I appreciate each and every one of you. Limey Redneck, one of my co-panelists on Brainbender's Banter, her YouTube channel, which is about 80,000 subscribers strong, says, and he's in England, he has an incredible voice. David Prowse was also the Green Cross Code Man, a superhero to help teach kids how to avoid getting squished by cars. I didn't know that. I've never heard of that. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. Hi, Keebler. I'll be there as well tomorrow. What, at Brainbender's Banner and our simul stream? Good. And I think Sarah's going to simul stream it as well. There's her channel on the screen. My Flock is everywhere on YouTube. Everyone's saying hey to each other. I'm getting caught up. We'll get back to the actual program in a little bit, not to copy a radio personality here in Atlanta. Hello to Midsize Sasquatch. Nice to see you here. Sean Ennis says, to me, the Nostalgic Podblast, I had the good fortune to work with Dabney Coleman on an AFI short. He was an interesting guy. Sean Ennis, I need to know more about you. I don't know if Sarah knows what you're referring to. In what capacity? I would love to know that. What capacity? Were you in the crew? Were you one of the actors? Were you an editor? Were you a stage manager? In what capacity, Sean Ennis, did you work with Dabney Coleman? I think you said you had to duck out of here because life happens, and that's much understandable. But if you happen to catch the rest in the replay, please leave a comment. I'd like to know how and what capacity did you work with the late, great Dabney Coleman? Let's see here. Let's keep going. Hey, Lobo Grease. He has a pretty cool YouTube channel. He talks about news issues and things alike. Really great guy. He's also in California State. Awesome guy. Tulsa Doom, says Sean Ennis. Brandon Mitchell says, hey to me. I'm your host, Chance Bartels. Hello back to you, Brandon Mitchell. Esmeralda in Washington State says, I love Eddie Murphy. He's my favorite living comedian. Absolutely. I mean, he's a crack up. And there's others too that I like a lot, like Dave Chappelle. I'm not just picking people of color. They just happen to be people of color that I think are funny. Overall, over anybody. And it's not a competition. We're stronger together. And Lobo saying, hey to Limey. My Flock on Facebook Live is saying hi to everybody. Hello to Citizen Naught, spelled N-A-U-G-H-T, like a dreadnought. Hello, Citizen Naught. Tracy was still hanging around. Let me try to get caught up to live. Let's see. I'm going to find somebody new. But here's a comment from Lobos. Chance, celebrities die all the time, but this one hit me harder than all the others. It felt like I got hit in the chest with a bat about the passing of James Earl Jones. Well stated, Lobo. You're a good writer, and your channel is really, really cool. You have a great personality, and he's multilingual. He can speak several languages, certainly English, Spanish, German, many different languages. Do you speak Japanese as well? Wow. Keebler says, Chance, drop overlay, please, so we can see the face speaking to us. I can't take this man off the screen, but all right, there you go. I'll do that by request. Oh, man, I'm nowhere near caught up. I thought I was getting close. I like James Earl Jones in The Sandlot. That was the comment I referenced a moment ago that I had seen when I went to check the Facebook feed. Joe Gutfeld in New York State. He lives close to where the New York Mets play, who, as we're live, are in competition with my Atlanta Braves for a wild card spot in the playoffs. But my Braves are playing the LA Dodgers. It's going to be a tough 4-game series. I don't want to date the show. I don't want to talk sports, but that's going to be Gonna be really, really hard. And there's my other channel that recently became monetized. Chance acting demo. I said, we're going to get to the chat in a moment. See, I'm just putting it up, not to be a ham, but to show I'm a person of my word. If I say your prize is in the mail, brother, it's in the mail, or sister, don't you worry. It's in the mail. Why am I wearing a wedding ring? You might want to know. Well, I can't talk specifics, but it's for continuity in a project I'm working on. So I have to wear it so I don't forget to bring the ring. It's a solid gold wedding ring. Engagement wedding ring. Hey to NH Mountain Girl. She says, hey, Chance. Hey to you. Hey, listeners, I know this is boring as hell. I'm sorry as I read these comments, but it's important to people watching live to be acknowledged. No charge for that yet. I'm kidding. Cursed Zero says, who cares what people think about what you do in the bedroom? Hey, I agree. And don't misunderstand. I'm not being a phobe. I'm not afraid of anything. For one thing, it's not fear, but I agree. You're saying, I know that person that said that is I'm going to say a bad word here, family show, asshole. His name's Frank. I won't mention last names, but he did serve the U.S. in the Marines, and that is commendable. So, I can't fault him for that, but he and this other idiot were talking about, that's the only thing he said about the passing of James Earl Jones. I mean, just a couple of redneck idiots, ignorant people. Okay. So, Curse Zero said, what happened to closed doors? I agree. And, I just brought it up because I have to vent. It really offended me. I thought it was inappropriate and irrelevant. Even if it were true, it wasn't true, but even if it were, it's none of my business. And to your point, what people do in their bedroom is their own business. Okay, let's move on. I support LGBLT. I love BLTs. I'm telling you. Comedy joke. Just kidding. But I do support those causes. And I love BLTs. But I love, hey, the community. I have no problem with that. All right, let's keep going. And we're going to talk about that later when I get to a certain famous puppet. And I have some clips of a famous cross-dressing puppet. Hilarious puppet. I'll give you a hint. I'll just tell you who it is. Madam. All right. Hey, there's Brainbender's banner. It says, hey, everyone. Hands yellow, heart red. Oh, I guess it's spelled out in the chat what the emoticon is she posted. That's funny. Hey, Chrissy, thanks for the thumbnail image. Limey saying hey to you. Okay, hang on a second. This is just, let me just now, I'm so far behind. Everyone is, okay, now, Sean Ennis. Where is the Red Band trailer? I agree. Okay, my flock. Okay, let me keep going. I'm not doing a good job here navigating through all these comments. I want to put each and every comment on the screen. Okay, I need a cold shower. Said Tracy's Fractured History More down in Florida, the state of Florida. Hey, Tracy, are you a Florida State fan or a University of Georgia Gainesville fan? Are you a Seminoles fan or neither? Or which? I'd like to know. I don't think I know that about you. I'm a Seminoles fan myself. I like Florida State. That's my dad's alma mater. Okay, hang on. People saying, hey, I'm almost there, folks. Oh, yeah, that was when, okay, we were not going to mention that. That nobody cares about Facebook right now. That's all going to get worked out in due time. This is a educational program, and it was just 38 seconds of film that got what she's talking about. Facebook Live got blocked, but hopefully it'll be back up. Fair use. And Snark and Sass, I love this. She references the ABBA song because my first name's Chance. I'm Chance Bartels, your host of the Nostalgic Podblast. She says, take a chance on. I'm not going to try to sing. I love that. Sean Ennis says, well, I hope Disney worked out a deal with James Earl Jones and his estate, unlike the fiasco with Peter Cushing and his estate. Yes, I know. But why now did Peter Cushing's people come out of the woodwork? Now, I have a grievance over Madcap, a character I created that Marvel Comics took, but Disney didn't own Marvel back then. This was when I was 13 years old. The old Marvel under Jim Shooter took my concept of a villain that could drive someone insane with their stare. The same costume. I drew a full color, full page picture. I've talked about it before. I won't go there, go down that rabbit hole tonight, but it's true. I created a character. I named him Happy, like a demented happy face, but he had the same characteristics, same traits, same look, same color, same everything. Only thing I did was put a hat on him and named him, or a cap on him, and named him Madcap. And the guy credited with creating that character is a gentleman named Mark Grunwald, who died in 1996. But the artist who drew him, Paul Neary, is still alive. I've never talked with him about that. I don't want to confront anybody, although I did talk to Jim Shooter. He didn't doubt my word. And I have an audio piece of audio where I asked him that question on the record on tape. His response is interesting. It's on Chance Acting Demo YouTube channel. And I don't know. I don't think I put it on the Nostalgic Podblast. Hello to you, Lady Pop Hunter. That is the wife of David Eon from Open by Chance, or a husband-wife team. They have a great YouTube channel. Please subscribe to it if you're into collecting toys, record albums, comic books, or if you just want to have a good time with a live chat. They go live all the time, conversing with their audience, and they're very entertaining, very engaging. And David has an awesome voice. I sent him towards an agent of voice work. I think he would do really well with professional voice work, getting paid for what you do. Guys, my one of my channels got monetized finally. Chance Acting Demo just got the word this week, so I've set everything up. So I'm going to start simul streaming the Podblast in the Nostalgic Podblast and in Chance Acting Demo. Now, a lot of people that subscribe to that, if they don't give a flip about my show, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Because mainly I think people are there for the clips, not just of things I'm in or that I've done that I think I have permission to play, but clips of things from my film collection and all that sort of stuff. So anyway, but Open by Chance said, James Earl Jones said in an interview on The Tonight Show that his favorite role was Thulsa Doom in Conan. Yes, the beheaded villain and Conan the Barbarian. Now that, correct me if I'm wrong, David, I said this earlier. I know you might have tuned in late. Conan O'Brien was the first Marvel big screen movie. I mean, that was a Marvel comic book. That character was introduced in Conan #1. I have it. I'll show it on a future stream when I get to my Conan collection of every issue of Conan. All right, let's see here in the original run, volume 1 of Conan the Barbarian Marvel comic book. I'm glad people are saying hey to you and David. Terrell, James Earl Jones appeared in the early episodes of MathNet segment on Square One TV. MathNet, okay, an educational segment on math. I'm not familiar with that. I'm assuming that's what it is. Mathematics. Very cool, Terrell. You are a wealth of knowledge. I found you through Dave Sundstrom's YouTube channel, which is a massive channel, in the chat. And I'm glad that you subscribed to me and are following me as well as Dave Sundstrom. Way to go. Appreciate it. And I follow you on social as well. You're a good man. So I wanted to do justice to James Earl Jones. We're going to get to Friday the 13th in a minute. Now, Open by Chance, I'm going to warn people before any clips with some graphic violence happen. It won't be for a little bit, but I'm going to play because it is Friday the 13th as we're live, just from the first 3 films, some comedy bits from Friday the 13th, and some of Tom Savini's makeup from the first film. He only did the first film, but I will warn people. I'll warn people because I don't want to gross anyone out, anyone that doesn't dig horror. And that's where Sean says, fortunately, I have to go. Have fun with the stream all. Sean, tell me, please, how you, in what capacity did you work with the late, great Dabney Coleman? You mentioned that in a previous comment. I'm way behind on the comments. I'm just now seeing that, or I saw that a moment ago. Corey's Comedy Channel says, I'm here listening to you. Well, hey to you, my brother from another comedy mother. I think you're really swell. And Braden Bender's Banner says, hey to Corey. Okay, Keebler says, if this I'd asked, Open by Chance, did James Earl Jones and David Prowse perform Darth Vader in the Donnie and Marie season 3 premiere in February 1977? It had, of all things, it's on YouTube. I should have pulled that clip. I played it before. Chris Christopherson played Han Solo. Guess who played Obi-Wan Kenobi in that production? The late, great Red Fox. Wash ass. He did a comedy bit. Red Fox, I'm not going to go blue on y'all. This family show. Here it is on VHS. I bought this from a video store going out of business. It's called Comedy in a Plain Brown Wrapper from Vestron Home Video. This is a 1983 performance in a sold-out Las Vegas casino. And he did a bit. I'll just clean it up. You got to wash your butt. Go to bed damp. Okay, sorry. I just think that's funny. But Red Fox played Obi-Wan Kenobi in that Donnie Marie season 3 premiere. So, Keebler, to my question, if this is the one, Star Wars on TV, the Donnie Marie show, no, it was not James Earl Jones doing the voice. Okay, I wasn't sure. It didn't sound like him, but I don't know. I don't want to say anything I don't know the absolute answer to. So cool. I'll take your word for it if you've done some research. And it probably might not have been David Prowse either, Beneath the Mask, because, you know, he's England based, and that was in, at that point, California, before Don Marie moved to Utah. They moved the entire production while it was still on the air in ABC. They built a huge facility in Utah State. They're a Mormon family, you know. Keebler says one article said it was Thurl Ravenscroft, the voice of Tony the Tiger in the Kellogg's Frosted Flakes commercials. I played one in the last live Podblast I did, substituting for James Earl Jones as the voice of Darth Vader. You know what? That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Keebler. You're absolutely right. I think I deleted that commercial from my cache of video clips, or I'd play it right now so you could hear it. I'm going to play a clip of that, Don Marie. Don't let me forget, Keebler. If you can hang in for the rest of the show, I need to add it. I'll do that during a clip, but I need to clear out. I'm like maxed out on the clips on StreamYard. So I'm going to find a clip that I'm talking about where he reads the opening scroll. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, there was an evil force at work to destroy the values by which decent people lived. Values like patriotism, cleanliness, thrift, and good dental hygiene. I remember that scroll by heart. That's what it says. And it sounds like James Earl Jones, but it's not him. It was the Tony the Tiger guy, man. That's great. The voice guy from Frosted Flakes, Kellogg's. Lady C in the house. He was referring then to... Let me just move along. I don't know. I am no celebrity. I just do things. I do different things. I diversify. Try to do everything I can. Oh, Lady C. Chance Corey calls me Lady C. Okay, he was referring to Chrissy, of course. Her first real name is Chrissy. Brainbender's banter. But of course. And Corey clarified, Lady C is Chrissy from BBB, Brainbender's Banter YouTube channel. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Now everyone, now Esmeralda's letting me know. I feel like a real dummy. Keith E, am I the newest subscriber? Well, welcome aboard, my brother. Thank you. You know, it's funny. YouTube doesn't always show you. It'll say you have a new subscriber from so and such. It must be the setting. Some people don't want to be identified that subscribe, or sometimes they desubscribe, or there's an audit where Google, the parent company of YouTube, will sort of clean house. And I guess if a YouTube account is inactive for so long, then they scrub it, which kind of sucks. And Brainbender's Banner said, hey to Keithy. I got to get back on track with the topic. Listeners, I'm sorry. This is all YouTube talk. And, you know, I don't want to... Lobo, chance for president. He said, I don't want to bore people to death. It's not boring to me. It's important to acknowledge people to take the time out of their busy lives to watch or listen to this show, the Nostalgic Podblast. By the way, if you want to call in while I'm live, the number is 770-438-1050. There is a phone number, a dedicated line to this show that you can call if you want to talk about anything nostalgic. Doesn't have to be just what we're talking about tonight, James Earl Jones. We're about to talk about Friday the 13th. Before that, we're going to talk about the character actor of the show. Used to be of the week, but I've gone to bi-weekly during the summer months. The official end of summer is not till the end of September 2024. Hello, says Mr. Fulton Mraz. Hello, tomorrow is me and my girlfriend Caitlin's big 8th-year anniversary. Happy anniversary to you, Mr. Fulton and Caitlin. Happy 8th anniversary. Thanks for spending some of your pre-anniversary with the audience. That's very, very, very cool. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Lance is in the house. Lance Chafin. Hey, how are you? I think you are in Kansas State. Good to see you, Lance. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's get on. And Tracy's still here. I know she's doing a show tonight. Oh. Let me get back. She's doing a live stream on YouTube Live. She's so cool. She focuses on, talk about nostalgia going back to like the Depression, like the 20s and stuff. I mean, she is like vintage, as well as more modern nostalgic goodies she's into. Corey's comedy channel. I think he has a joke here. He did a comedy. I was asleep, man. I worked on a gig and it knocked me out. It was a long day. I hit the sack shortly after I came home. And you're in Vegas, Las Vegas, so there's a 3-hour time difference. I was crashed out, my brother, in dreamland. Watch the replay. He's an expert magician. You need to subscribe to Corey's comedy channel on YouTube if you're into comedy or magic. He's a double threat, this guy, Corey. He said, last night I dreamt I was eating shredded wheat, and when I woke up, there was a hole in my mattress. Now that's comedy. Boom. With Corey, sometimes you take a pratfall, but mostly his comedy spot on, man. He keeps it clean. Hey, the best comedy is clean comedy. It really is. That's what Bill Cosby used to say before we learned about his dirty martinis. We'll just leave it at that. Nobody knew. He used to complain in the 80s about Eddie Murphy, one of my favorite living comedian, Eddie Murphy. Cos went on the record back then in the 80s saying, you had to cuss like that, and all it was like, hey, nobody knew what was going on, allegedly, with the cause. Tracy. Hey, Tracy. Okay, that's good to see Lance. I haven't seen him in a while. Hey, Lance. Hello, man. Let me see here. God, I'm sorry, folks. Listeners, I'm going to get back on track with what I prepared. I don't want to be all night. We've gone almost 2 hours. Tracy says, I love your monster comic book in the back. Let me go ahead and do that now. I have a close-up look of that book. These are in comic shops now, and they're selling out. I picked these up from Titan Games and Comics in Smyrna. Check it out. Let me remove your sweet comment so that people can see the covers better. These are brand new for the Halloween season horror comic books. Wait a minute. No, I've lost my train of thought doing this alone. I need a full-time staff here. I need a production staff. Okay. There. Now you can see the comic, and I'll show you the back. Get this, though. This is kind of weird. They're $5 each in comic shops now, or you can order them online. There's 6 different covers per book. Now, one of those 6 is just a black and white version of the cover you see here. Those that are listening, bear with me. I'm showing a Frankenstein issue and a Creature from the Black Lagoon Lives issue. Issue 1 of Frankenstein. And I'll show you in a minute. On the back, you see all of the different covers that are available. And I chose these covers because I like them the best. Look at that. That's great for Halloween. The Universal Horror Monsters. Check it out, man. Okay, now I've lost my train of thought, or where our last word. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take this off the screen, but I want to get I have to mark where the comments are. I want to pick up where I left off. Dang. Keebler had said, I'm testing here, Chance. I literally see the other device to drop links automatically. Very cool. Well, thank you for that. There's the comment where we left off. Okay, now let me do this. I want to leave that comment up. I'm going to pull this comic book from my background and show you the back with my little computer camera or my big camera. And do that. I got to mark that, though, so that I don't lose my place. There. And I'm going to switch the camera shot. Listeners, I'm so sorry. Just go to the YouTube channel, hit Nostalgic Podblast if you want to see what I'm talking about. Okay, here's the book. Tracy, if you're still watching, I'm going to open it up. My comic shop gives you a bag, no backing board. I added a backing board to protect the spine. There's the front. Look at the back. There's the other covers. Let me give you a nice little close-up peek. The lighting kind of stinks, but look, there's the one in the top center that you see before you, and there's some other covers. If you're watching on a TV, you can see it a lot better. Available now where comic books are sold in a little comic book shop. Now I'm going to show you the back of the Creature. I'm going to buy some of these other Creature from the Black Lagoon issues. I don't want to open it because these books can get bent. It's just gorgeous art because the spines can get bent. It's like a real thick cardboard cover that can get a crease in it. And thanks to Danny Cochran, he's the one I saw on Daniel Cochran YouTube channel. He's a buddy of mine going back to when we were kids in the 80s. He showed this cover, and I said, I got to go get that. And I did, from Titan Games and Comics in Smyrna. Here's the Creature from the Black Lagoon cover. It is Halloween season as we're live. It really is. There's the front. There's the one I bought. Here's the back. Look at the different covers. Look at that hand with the blood. I know the lighting really is rotten. There's the one top center, just like the last book that I actually bought here. I like this one too with the girl. That one's cool. And then there's the other covers. And you can just pick whichever one you want. I'm going to get at least 2 or 3 more of these. Look at the glowing eyes of the creature from the Black Lagoon. Isn't that cool? So there's that. So I did want to mention that, and thank you for bringing it up. You're very astute to know that, to notice that rather in the very background. Wow. Holy moly. Very impressive, Tracy. Okay, let's get back to the comments. And I have so much more video prepared for you all tonight. All right, so BBB said, hey to Lance. Mr. Fulton Mraz, again, happy 8th anniversary to you and yours. Says, I love James Earl Jones in The Lion King. Heck yeah, as Mufasa. Right on. I said Simba earlier. I know, but it's been a while since I've seen it. Golly, Simba. Simba. I'll be here all week, Chrissy. Yeah. Tip your waitress unless she's a cow. Remember cow tipping? Anyway, bad joke. That's my joke, though. I didn't steal that from anybody. I wrote it, and you can tell I wrote it because it's a crappy joke. Okay. Let's see here. People are just saying hey to each other, which is a good thing. Here's another joke from Corey's comedy channel. Corey said, I'm so behind. What are the 3 rings of marriage? The engagement ring, the wedding ring, and the suffer ring. Now that's comedy. Got to get that in here. I have to get. That's I'm serious. Keebler says about my comment how I support LGBLT, which I do. I love BLTs and the LG community. I love the BLT community. Bacon, says Keebler in Texas State. Corey's comedy channel says they found a fourth ring, the Endure ring. That's why you got to subscribe to this guy. He's not only a magician, he's a clean comic. I know, Madame was awesome. I should get to that. Now, I wanted to bridge the horror stuff I'm going to show with comedy to have a balance, because a lot of people don't like horror and Friday the 13th. I'm only going to talk about the first 3 films of Friday the 13th. I'm not going to go too long into it, I promise. But I have some clips of Tom Savini's makeup, and it's going to freak some people out. I'm trying to keep this family show. What should I do? And then I got to do the 70s trivia and the character actor, which is coming right up after I get through these comments, which is taking me forever to do. And that's a good thing because I'm glad. I love the engagement ring. Let's see here. Oh, she's from Chicago. I know that. She loves her Chicago dogs and Chicago deep dish pizza, and I do too. I love the deep dish pizza. I don't think I ever had a Chicago dog though. Tracy in Florida, she migrated to Florida from Chicago, Illinois, says, no, I'm from Chicago. I'm a Chicago Cubs fan. I know that, but you're in Florida. So I know. So she doesn't care about Florida. Okay, your point when asked, are you a Florida State Seminoles fan or Florida Gators fan? Right. You have no dog in that hunt. Got it. Not really into college sports or college games, said Tracy. Okay, cool. Thanks for answering that. You were still here. Oh, I'm so behind. Sean, mark me present, please. Hey, Keithy. Let me just continue on here. Congratulations, Chance, on your monetized channel. Chance acting demo. That's awesome. You deserve it. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I set everything up today. Still learning how all this works, but thank you for that. Greetings from South Carolina, says Danny Staten. Hello to you, Danny. You're a great, loyal pal. Super D, as Corey calls you. I stole that from Corey's comedy channel, Super D. And now he calls me Super C, and I'm very grateful for that. You're here, but you're not late because I know you like Friday night wrestling, as you say. So that's permissible, brother. I mean, permissible. I'm the boss of no one. I don't know. That sounded very, very ridiculous. I mean, I'm just saying it's cool. It's cool, Daddy-O. How about that? It's cool, Daddy-O. There's a creature from the Black Lagoon pinball machine from 1992 by Bally, and it has that line in it. Stay cool, Daddy-O. I love that pinball game. Here in Ackworth, Georgia, just across the Cobb County line, there is a place that I like. They have a liquor license, and they have classic arcade and pinball games called Portal Pinball. And sometimes they have Creature from the Black Lagoon, which has a hologram that comes up. It's a 1992 pinball machine. It's a hell of a lot of fun. Sorry, I said a bad word. But let's see. Terrell. If you don't know what MathNet is, it's a take on Dragnet. Very cool. Just the facts, Joe Friday said. But with mathematics playing a huge role in solving crimes. What an original concept to get the young people engaged in math. I hated math. I was good at geometry, but algebra, not so much. I like geometry a lot, but boy, I did not like trig or any of that stuff. That's just me, but that's cool. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, there he is. Super D's in the house, said Corey's Comedy Channel to Danny Staten. Hello to Cindy D, and she spells her YouTube channel Cindee, and then a capital letter D. Cindy D. Love that. Tracy says Red Fox was great. Yes, you got to wash you know what, rear end. Let's see here. Go to bed now. I can't even really elaborate on the further details of that joke. It's pretty funny. He's talking about, I'm not going to say it. Talking about a snack bar. I'll leave it at that. Just nice shout out for Corey Chance, says Brainbender's Banner. Chrissy, hey, mutual. He's a nice guy. He talks about me anytime I'm in his chat. You know, you got to give to get. Limey Redneck says, I dreamt I'd eaten marshmallows and woke up to find I had a missing pillow. Hiccup, he says. Thanks for the shout out, Super C. You're very welcome, Corey. I appreciate your comedy, man. You give me all this material. He has a great one for me because he knows I was a former zombie on The Walking Dead. He performed a stunt with a squid and got shot, and I was like core in the early beginning as a walker performer that I auditioned for. Oh no, he did the joke. I go in a bar. My name's Chance Bartels and say, "Hey, baby, my name's Chance." Do I have one? He delivers that joke better than me. I have a joke. I got confused with my own joke. I have a zombie joke, but it's a family show. I'll just tell you. I'll clean it up. I walk into a bar and I say, "Hey, I used to be a zombie in The Walking Dead. You know why zombies make better lovers? They F your brains out. You know how zombies eat brains? I'm sorry." And that's a creepy joke. That's like a joke like from Autofocus, which was true or not true. The story of Bob Crane. I think there was a lot of BS in there. All right. Sorry. Creepy. Keebler Danger, no sugarcoating the truth, says every good channel has a producer backstage. You're right. Tracy's Fractured History More said, Chance, I'm only doing half-hour live streams until I get more used to it. And I'm sorry I didn't know you're on, because usually I like listening to your whole show if I can stay up for it. I know I go too long. It's because of the audio side. I need longer shows for my audio platforms, especially Fistful of Radio, where this will be on in audio format tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific time, and Sunday, same time slot, and Monday night and Wednesday night. Fistful of Radio, which you can stream out of Atlanta, Georgia with any device for free. Just go to fistfulofradio.com and hit the play button. It's on right now. My music show's on. Retro Music Cuts. And she said about the comic book, Tracy said, oh, so cool, so pristine, Chance, mint condition. Those monster books are so cool. They're brand new. You can get one $5 each. And I know with your new job, you can afford it. You're doing very well, and I'm proud of you. You shared with everybody that job you got. And that's pretty cool. Another high-paying job. You're back in the high roller club. Good for you. Esmeralda had said in Washington State, I get the graphic comics that are hardbound. I get the graphic comics that are hardbound, like the Dresden Files. Cool. Now, Esmeralda, can you stomach some clips from Friday the 13th? I'm going to play some uncensored kill scenes and some comedy scenes from Friday the 13th, but that'll be later. Tracy, I know that's not going to be your bag at all. So let me save that kind of towards the end when the kids are asleep and when people can hear, the more family-friendly nostalgia, or watch the more family-friendly nostalgia before I get there, in case anyone's grossed out. So you have ample warning. But it is Friday the 13th. That's why I'm going to do that. And I'm going to talk about Saturday the 14th, a comedy parody of the Friday the 13th movies, and play some clips from that movie. Just the trailer, which I think is permitted. $1. Keebler Danger, no sugarcoating the truth, says $1. Did you pledge a buck? Or are you saying someone pledged a buck? Wow. I guess I would see it. If you did, don't do that, because I want you to save your money. Look, if you have disposable income, that's one thing. I know you've been struggling. Your own words, not mine. So I don't want to take any proceeds out of your mouth. You need to eat. Esmeralda, I love the Dresden Files, said Lobo to Esmeralda. I think I'm finally just about caught up. Oh, I got a new member, our sweet Sarah. My Flock is Everywhere became one of my YouTube members. Okay, there's going to be some exclusive content. I'm going to save this for the end of the show. I'm going to dip into my video vault and my 16 millimeter film vault to show you some classic commercials that are not on YouTube anywhere. I'm going to research these. There's going to be 3 a month for paid members only on Chance Acting Demo. And I'm going to premiere them private just for the members. I don't want to turn this into an infomercial, but that's something I'm doing. Cindy, you missed me, Chance. No, I mentioned you earlier. I don't know if you saw that. I did, and I thank you. And I spelled out your name, how you spell your YouTube handle. I love it. Cindy D, Cindee, capital D, Cindy D. I like that. Why's my Southern accent coming out there? And Keebler put a little plug. Be your first member. Sarah, I'm going to mail you something for that membership you just purchased. Wow. I think it's $3 a month. You're just buying me a hamburger a month, and you will get access to rare video and film. That's what's in it for you. It's going to be awesome. I already have some commercials from the 80s that I taped back then on VHS. I've converted digitally that are okay with the copyright gods. Commercials are generally okay as long as there's no songs like from the Beatles or Elvis in the commercial spot. You're all right. Esmeralda, I love horror. Cool, because we're going to have a little bit of horror to kick off the Halloween season and to celebrate Friday the 13th as we're live. Now, sorry, Fistful. I know it's Saturday the 14th or Sunday the 15th when you hear this, but I had to do this for the live folks in YouTube land and Facebook Live land. Tracy said, I'm not scared of Friday the 13th. Okay, cool, because it's not real, right? But still, it's so realistic. Tom Savini, he is a madman. I met him several times at conventions like Dragon Con here at the Atlanta, Georgia area over the years. He's got beautiful daughters, too. I mean, he's a kind of no offense to him, a freaky looking guy, but man, he had good genes. Let me tell you what his wife did. But he is a great makeup artist. Up there with Greg Nicotero, whom I auditioned for Walking Dead, who now and has for some time, for at least 10 years, directed actual episodes. He started his production company. He started in the show business on Day of the Dead in the 80s in 1984, and he was going to be a doctor. He went to medical school. He went into makeup effects to follow his dream and his passion of horror makeup effects. And man, in that audition, he was showing us clips of Dawn of the Dead and Night of the Living Dead to show us performers what they wanted the zombies to look like and do. They didn't want fast zombies as you've seen depicted in some live action zombie shows. They wanted slow, lumbering zombies. Anyway. Ooh, okay, Keebler says, I'm tired, but I'm still hanging here. Okay, well, relax. Don't worry about it. Okay, she's texting me. I'm live, girl. I'm sorry you got problems. I know we all do, and I'm sorry. I don't think you want me to put on the air what you just texted. Friday the 13th is true if you believe it, says Cindy D. I agree. Are you superstitious? It's up to the individual. Do you not go under a ladder? Do you avoid a black cat? If you step on a crack, are you afraid of something happening to your mama's back? I mean, these are basic superstitions. There's no right or wrong answer. It's opinion. It's what you believe. There's no right or wrong with the belief. So let me know in the chat. Are you superstitious about Friday the 13th? Will you stay home on Friday the 13th? Sounds like for poor Keebler, Friday the 13th was not lucky for her today. And that breaks my heart. She just had some bad things happen today, but she's okay. Don't want to alarm anybody who loves Keebs as I do. She just had a bad day. So you just relax. If you need to duck out, not going to ever hold that against anybody. These shows are too long. I've already gone 2 hours. I mean, it's for the audio, the listener, because people can stop and resume at their leisure. Truck drivers and things. I want to appeal to people on the road in terms of listening. And it's a fine art. It's a balance I'm trying to perfect between the viewer and the listener. Halloween is my favorite holiday, said Esmeralda in Washington State. All right, Lobos is off to work. Chance, great stream. Peace out. Stronger together. Absolutely, man. And when he's live, I'm usually doing family stuff. So I want to give mutual support. On the replay, I'm going to do a better job, my brother. He's kicking butt. Great show. I think he talks about news and things. So if you like that, subscribe to Lobo Gris. And the man speaks multiple languages. He's very smart. Again, Sarah, it's so cool that she became my first member. I should have known it'd be her. She's so loyal. All right, now I've gotten caught up on the comments. I'm good. Can't sleep anyway. I should have turned the thing to silent, the phone. All right. So listeners, I'm sorry about that. Let's get back to what I'd prepared. Hello to Alberto Morales. He said, finally got me a Datsun B210 from 1977. It is a yellow liftback 2-door coupe, just in time for Halloween, with a 5-speed manual transmission. Can you drive a stick? Anyone watching live? Let me know in the comments. Can you drive a stick? That's what she said. I know I had to do that. I'm sorry, but can you drive a stick shift? Or are you strictly automatic? Just curious. I would like to know. Okay, let me, if I don't get to what I'd planned, I was going to use the word agenda, which I hate. I dislike. Hate's a strong word. Hate's a strong word. To what I prepared, let's just say, my show prep. Time for a regular feature, the Character Actor Spotlight. I used to say Character Actor of the Week, but in the summer I'm bi-weekly, but I'm going to get back to weekly in the fall, official fall on the calendar. But so I'm just going to call this the Character Actor Spotlight. Going to give you a hint. I'm going to play a classic commercial to reveal the answer. Here's your hint. It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature. Do you remember that slogan? It became a catchphrase. It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature. Esmeralda said, no, I can hardly drive at all, much less a stick shift. Oh, Keebler said, press 1 for stick, 2 for auto. That's a good way to, can you drive a manual transmission? Keebler says 1. So she can drive a manual and an automatic. And then Esmeralda said, no, I barely drive at all. Okay, so let me get back now to the Character Actor. It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature. That gave me a chance to stall. I don't see anyone in the chat answering. It doesn't matter if you don't know the actress's name, but what was the character she played? It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature. It's right there. The answer's right there in the question. Mother Nature, this lady.
Hello, my jolly jonquils. Hello, daisies. Why, you're not my daisy.
Right, Mother Nature. They're new chiffonware bowls. Taste.
It's my sweet, creamy butter.
Nope, that's chiffon margarine.
Chiffon margarine? Oh, no, it's my butter, all right.
Chiffon fooled even you, Mother Nature.
It's not nice to fool Mother Nature. If you think it's butter, but it's not. It's chiffon.
Remember that spot in that jingle? I think that product's long gone. I think Parquet put them out of business. Butter Parquet. I got to play that classic commercial in the future Podblast. Butter, Parquet, butter. But chiffon, I don't think's around. If they are, correct me, but I sure don't see them in my grocer's dairy section anymore. Yes, I remember that ad. Well, did you know that actress was part of the Three's Company universe? She absolutely was. Let's talk about her very briefly. It won't be as long as the tribute to James Earl Jones, believe me. That's Deanne Frances Diedrich, and I'm going to spell her name. D-E-A-N-N, Frances, last name spelled D-I-E-T-R-I-C-H. She was born on December 4th, 1928. Sadly, she passed away on my birthday. I didn't realize that in 2020. Could have been a COVID casualty. I hate to use that word on the live stream. But let me just tell you, she was obviously an actress. She was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And she is best known for her portrayal of Mother Nature in a series of 30-second chiffon margarine commercials from 1971 until 1979. And in 1979, she joined the Three's Company universe. Get to that in a minute. Now, on television, Deanna Diedrich portrayed Grace Peterson in Adam's Rib. She was Dina Madison in Karen. That's Karen. Remember that sitcom? She played Estelle Milner in Paul Sand in Friends and Lovers. And she was Molly Gibbons in The Practice. But she was Ethel, Helen Roper's snob sister in The Ropers, a spinoff of Three's Company. That's why I say she was part of the Three's Company universe. Helen, she'd say, and Helen Roper would go, Ethel, and they pretend to kiss. If you remember that bit, it's on Antenna TV. And it finally was released, The Ropers was, uncut on DVD as a bonus in the newest Three's Company DVD set. I have all 8 seasons of Three's Company on DVD, but I don't have the deluxe. I bought them individually when they were new. So now I'm going to have to reach into my little pocket and buy Three's Company again. And you know what I'll do? I'll buy that deluxe set. But usually with the deluxe set, there's no cases. There's no individual cases. I'll show you an individual Three's Company DVD case if it's handy. You know, so I was about to say I'll do trivia and give away each season of Three's Company. Now, whoever wins season 1 will get the short end of the stick because there's only like 6 episodes. It debuted. Three's Company did the same night as 8 Is Enough. In 1977, early 1977, it was a winter replacement show. That's why there's only a few episodes. It was in the middle of the 1976-1977 TV season. 77 season, same season John Ritter was playing on the Waltons as the Reverend. They really overlapped. His performance in Three's Company overlapped the debut of Three's Company. And it was a runaway hit in the summer of 77. Three's Company was. Oh, they're buried, I guess. I have Alice on I have all these shows on DVD, but anyway, doesn't matter. I'm going to pledge right now to those watching or listening within the sound of my voice. I'm going to buy that deluxe set to finally get the Ropers Uncut as a bonus. And it has Three's a Crowd as a bonus too. The other rare sitcom lasted 1 season. Ropers lasted 2, technically 1.5 seasons, because the spinoff was in the middle of the 1978-1979 season winter replacement show. But Deidre played Ethel, the snob. She was so mean, and her husband was so nice. Her husband owned like a meat packing plant. They were very affluent, drove a Cadillac, the whole 9 yards, and they could not stand cheap Stanley Roper. At least Helen, not Ethel. Ethel couldn't stand Stanley. Now the husband, Herbert, her husband, was nice, cordial to Stanley, and he'd make jokes at his wife's expense to Stanley Roper, going, "Look at him, a couple of old crows over there. Couple of witches. Oh no, look at them, a couple old crows stirring the witch's brew in the cauldron." And then Stanley would laugh. But no, the husband was cool, but he wouldn't stand up to Ethel. He was a wussy. It was a good character. That show gets trashed by numbskulls in social media land, particularly on Facebook. Oh, the Roper sucked. Have you seen the show? It wasn't that bad. It was the same cheesy comedy as Three's Company, same director, same writer, same everything. I love the Roper. So getting back to the character actor of the week, who played Ethel. Now, Helen also had another sister that always got knocked up and pregnant. That was a running joke, and a couple actresses played that sister that got knocked up. And, and then she had her forgetful mama on the Ropers, played by the actress from Halloween 2 that screams with the blood and the knife. And she was in Bosom Buddies. What's her name? A real Southern woman, Southern actress. Hang on. She played Helen Roper's mom. I got to get this. Didn't have time to. I was all focused on the clips tonight and not the script. And it's usually the other way around. I don't want my show to suffer when like I'm doing show prep and I'm like, okay, I got all the clips. Okay. And then I'm just sort of phoning it in on the content side. Never want to do that. But the Ropers cast Mama. I got to get her name. You'll know her. She was awesome. Hang on, folks. All right, I got it. All right, Mama. She's a great character, man. Trust me. Lucille Benson. That's the actress. You know the face. I got to find a picture of Lucille. I'm going to put it on the screen as we're live. And I got to get some more coffee to keep the energy level up. But let me see if I can find a photo of Lucille. Oh, hell, it probably won't let me save it. But Lucille, let me just give you some of her credits. I know I'm going down a rabbit hole. I should make her a character actor next time, and I'll spare you all the details. But believe it or not, she was in 1941, Steven Spielberg's first flop, but it was a good movie. Silver Streak on the big screen, Duel on the big screen. Halloween 2, I already said that. She was in 3 episodes of Alice. I love Alice, the sitcom. Let me just go. Bosom Buddies. Yeah, she was a Lily on Bosom Buddies. The first big vehicle for Tom Hanks, of course, but she was mother in the Ropers, Helen's mom. She's on Little House of Prayer, a bunch of stuff. But see if I can find a photo of Lucille Benson. I know a lot of you're a very smart audience. You know who I'm talking about. But hang on a second. Lucille Benson. I got to put this on the screen as a bonus for you. Lucille. She was a sweet lady. You know, I mean, I never met the lady or anything, but she just looked like a sweet lady. Hang on. Lucille Benson. All right. Coming right up, folks. Coming right up. Let me let me get to it. It's right here. Okay. So now I'm uploading it. This lady played Helen Roper's mother. This is actress Lucille Benson. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Here's Lucille Benson. She played Mrs. Roper's mom, introduced in The Ropers. That's why I like The Ropers. She had all these new characters. I love Jeffrey Brooks III, the snob neighbor realtor, real estate agent who lived in the townhouse that the Ropers did. He was next door neighbor in the townhouse. But that's Lucille. Okay, so there you are. Take a deep breath. We still got to play Soul Survivor. That's a game where I mention a show and you name the sole surviving cast member. Got a good one for you this time on the Pod Blast. Let me just continue talking about Deidre. I'm all over the place, and that's bad. I need to get some coffee. I need to play a clip soon. Okay. I already talked about the Roper. She played Ethel. She was in a show called 13 East as Pearl Newman. Nobody cares about that really or remembers it. She was in Life with Lucy. She was in Santa Barbara, a soap opera on NBC. She was on All My Children on ABC soap opera. And a show called Philly, like Philadelphia or Philly cheesesteak. And she was in Emergency, one of my favorite shows, produced by Universal on NBC. She was in Life Goes On, NYPD Blue, Murphy Brown, The Golden Girls as Dorothy's sister, Gloria. We're talking about Dietrich. She also appeared in such films as The Wild Party in 1975. She was in Disney's The North Avenue Irregulars in 1979. And of course, she was in History of the World Part 1 by Mel Brooks. Remember? She appeared in Broadway. I mean, she did a lot. She did a lot. And get this. Diedrich also provided the voice of the grandmother narrator on the dark ride attraction Horizons at Epcot in Walt Disney World from 1983 until 1999. Why'd they take her out? She studied acting, by the way, at the HB studio. But she's best known as Mother Nature in that 30-second commercial I played. Dressed in a gown of white and adorned with the crown of daisies, Mother Nature is seen sampling what she believes is butter straight from nature. An unseen narrator, Mason Adams, who also narrated the Smucker's jam ads, the Smucker's preserves ads and jellies. But he informs her, as you heard a moment ago, or saw, that chiffon margarine, not butter. A perplexed Mother Nature replies that it would be impossible for it to be margarine because it tastes so much like real butter. But the narrator responds in delight that margarine is indeed so close to real butter that it could fool even Mother Nature. But she angrily responds, "It's not nice to fool Mother Nature," and commands nature to attack through thunder and lightning, or commanding an elephant to charge the camera. And she said, "It's not nice to fool Mother Nature," which eventually became her trademark catchphrase. It might be on her tombstone. I don't know. There you go. So, but she passed away of natural causes on my birthday in 2020. Okay, at a healthcare facility in Los Angeles, California, just 2 weeks before she would turn age 92. Upon her death, she was cremated at the Neptune Society, and her ashes were scattered at sea. Okay, it's time to talk about Madam real quick. Now, I want to talk about something on My Flock is Everywhere stream and Snark and Sassa stream. They simul stream. They do a live stream every Thursday night. I tuned in late. I just got home from a gig. I'll just leave it at that. And I was just kidding around, and I forget how it came up, but female impersonators came up, and I, was joking. I said, are there any straight female impersonators? Again, now y'all are going to think I'm some sort of phobe. I'm not. I was just kidding around. And I said, think about it. I said, and I was kidding on this point because I know it's not true. And I'll give some examples. I said, every male impersonator that dresses like a woman is a homosexual. I just said that like as a joke. I said, can you think of one that's not? And then Snarky says, that's not true. And it doesn't matter if that's true or not. Please believe me. I'm a good guy. I support LGBLT. I said so earlier. I'm doing a joke like I'm Carol O'Connor's Archie Bunker always screws up, all sorts of words and expressions. Anyway, and so I gave an example. I said, look, every female impersonator you can think of is gay. It's just true. I said, Medea, take two. Last night I made a facetious comment. I said, look, it's true. This is just a fact. Every female impersonator that's male is gay. I said, case in point, Medea, Boy George, and Madam. And then Snarky laughed, and I was in comments chatting, made that comment. And she goes, what, the puppet? That was my joke. That was the joke. I'm talking about a puppet. So it was just a joke, a gay puppet. Okay. But now, of course, Medea, now that's played by Tyler Perry. I was kidding about that too, because nobody knows or cares. It's nobody's business. Nobody's business. Someone's sexual orientation. It's nobody's business what mine is, yours is, or anybody's is. But I was kidding. And I made a joke about how a guy delivered a car. Now, this was a rumor. A guy delivered a car to Tyler Perry's home in Johns Creek, Georgia, years ago, and accidentally saw a gimp. That was the story. I don't know if it's true. None of my business. I don't care. The man's super powerful, uber rich, and all that. And I love him. I don't want to tick him off. I'll never act in one of his shows ever, if he sees this. But which is unlikely. But when you think about it, Medea ripped off Big Mama, played by Martin Lawrence, who allegedly is straight. So there's an example of someone who's not, to my joke, of that persuasion, who played a woman who's a guy. But Medea ripped off Big Mama. Big Mama ripped off Mrs. Doubtfire. Mrs. Doubtfire ripped off Tootsie. That's true. So Mrs. Doubtfire was Robin Williams, straight. Tootsie was Dustin Hoffman, straight. So again, I know I'm wrong. I was kidding. Not every female impersonator is gay. Not that it matters. Okay, so let's play some clips of the hilarious performer of Madam, that I pulled for you, and then we'll get into Friday 13th in a minute and our 70s trivia for prizes, because as we're live, it is Friday the 13th. And while I'm playing this clip, this is funny comedy. This is an outrageous character. I love this character. We're going to get to all the regular features. Oh my gosh, we've gone 2.5 hours almost. So let's get rolling here with some comedy. This is 3 minutes, 54 seconds long. I can get some more coffee. And let's watch this. This is Wayland Madame.
Good morning. Welcome to People Are Talking.
Curious what we have. Usually only 2 stools up here, and we have an extra one this morning.
I know, and I think it's because we've got a drop-in visit from a wonderful lady who we interviewed a little while ago. I'm not sure if she's around. Is she? I know it.
Wayland and Madam, we had you on our afternoon show a while back, but it's nice to see you again.
Well, it's nice to be up this early.
You have a new
I didn't
book?
get to sleep till after 5. Usually 3 is enough, don't you think?
Madam, you are absolutely outrageous, and now you put your memoirs
at long last printable
into this book called Madam.
My misbegotten memoirs. I don't know what that means, but what the heck.
I was surprised to learn that you and Teddy Roosevelt had something going.
Yes, I found out why he was called Rough Rider.
And Flo Ziegfeld?
Oh, Flo, yes. I started the Follies. He was in love with so many women. And at about 8 o'clock every night, he'd say, I wonder where so-and-so is. I said, why don't you dress them in costume, put them on stage, that way you'd know where they are anymore.
You also talk about your early childhood with your mammy, Viola.
Oh, big viola.
Big viola.
Big viola and little violin.
Yeah.
Yes. And the reason I was called Madam?
Yeah.
My mother was an alcoholic. Charlotte Roos was her name, and she was drunk when she had me. And when Big Viola came in with me in her arms, she leaned over the bed and says, "Your baby, Madam." She says, "It's a strange name to call a kid, but it'll save me a lot of trouble trying to think one up."
You talk about your mother, Madam, but your grandmothers were rather characters themselves.
Ella Zella and Nellie Cake. Yes, Ella Zella. She was an aerialist. Yes, and fell for a snake bite. Yeah, Snakebite LaRue. That's where I was wrestling alligators down in the Okefenokee Swamp for a while. I've got the purse and shoes to prove that.
What about Stumpy?
Oh, Stumpy. That's my little chicken. Yes, I didn't have a doll when I was a kid. I had a little chicken that I dressed up. Stumpy didn't mind, you know, the little dresses and the bonnets, but hated those little high-heel shoes I used to put on him.
You know, you've got the book about your memoirs, but what's happening in 1984 for you, madam? Is there any special man in your life? Are you interested in anybody?
Oh, no, I never really was married. I did live with a guy once for about 20 years, see if it worked out. It worked out once.
Well, you're appearing here in San Francisco, aren't you?
Yes, at, what is it, Wolfgang's?
Wolfgang's.
Sounds like Mozart got hold of that or something. What is it? I've never appeared there before, but I'm gonna try.
Okay. Well, we want to thank you, madam, and Waylon for dropping by to see us this morning. You have the new book out. People
right
can
here.
surely purchase that in all the major bookstores around the Bay Area. Waylon and madam are going to be at Wolfgang's starting tomorrow night. Actually, you're going to be there for one night, 2 shows, 8 and 11 p.m. And if you want more info on that, 441-4333. A nice hand for Waylon and madam.
You gotta love Madame. Madame. Now, I'm gonna play a clip of Madame, a shorter one, with the late, great Betty White, right? Who is another icon from Golden Girls. And of course, Mary Tyler Moore before that, and many other. In game shows, she's a game show goddess. I love Betty White. This is really funny. Let's watch this real quick, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Yay! That was wonderful. Thank you, boy. And now I'd like to bring out one of the great ladies of show business. One of my dearest friends. The cute, the versatile, the incomparable, the candid, the positively splendid Miss Betty White.
Oh, what an introduction. And I know talk show audiences are sick to death of gushy compliments between show people, but I can't tell you how wonderful I think you are.
Well, you know, Betty, I feel the same way. When they told me you were going to be a guest on the show, I could not have been more thrilled.
Well, when they called me, I practically sang. My agent said the money was ridiculous, but I didn't care. I had to see Madam. I knew we'd have fun.
Well, Betty, the money isn't that bad. And as a matter of fact, a little bird told me that you asked for the check the minute you got into your dressing room.
Some blabbermouth said that. Well, I'm not going to let some offensive employee of yours spoil my enjoyment of being a guest on your show.
No, don't you dare. If I had an offensive employee, which I certainly do not, I'd fire him in a minute. If he actually offended you, which he did not.
He has, and he did. Oh, but let's talk about fabulous you. Oh, you have such joie de vivre, such élan, such esprit de force.
You know, I bet if you'd said that with subtitles or had it dubbed into English, it probably would be a lovely compliment.
I'm sorry. If one assumes a ripened worldly show business legend knows those things.
Ripened? Aren't you kind? Not exactly blossom time in your garden, honey. In fact, I'd say most of the good stuff's been harvested.
You have such an entertaining and creative way of saying hateful, vicious, and unwarranted things. Without that delightful, nasty skill, what else would you have? Just a freaky nose and your grande dame illusion.
This Bonnie boat is going to leave here in small slivers. Then, dear, is there much chance you'll ever return to television? Or is the public's decision final?
No. I've never left television, dear. Although I suppose I should think about it, now that it's degenerated to the point that you have your own show.
Betty, stop speaking so sour. Wait, you could have your own show, too, if you just had the talent, the drawing power, the ability to think of something to say, and, perhaps a new wardrobe.
Did you say talent? Oh, my dear, that's a word you should avoid above any. Except possibly nostrils. And I insist that my chauffeur wipe our oil dipstick with tastier rags than you wear.
Well, I've got you there, Beth. Most of my gowns were designed by the same man who made them for the First Lady.
Oh, which one, dear? Mrs. Lincoln or Mrs. Washington? Or Eve?
So clever. Proves you aren't just another average face.
Everyone can have a below-average face.
Did you say below average? That's it. I'm going to blow your career, Betty. What's left of it, sky high. I'm going to tell them the whole thing about you and you.
Oh, you are? Well, then I'll tell him that whole big bit of business about you and...
Well, what a joy to have you here, Betty.
Here, I've enjoyed every moment.
It's so good to see you. My dear friend, Miss Betty White, everybody.
I love that. That's a funny bit. Oh, thank you for letting me play that clip. I got more coffee. I turned on the AC for a little bit. It's kind of like when you're on a movie set, they want quiet, you know, and rolling. They turn off the air. I'm cooking in this studio, my home. I'm like a hot dog on a roller in here. It is hot. So it felt good to turn on the air. And I got to put some comments on the screen besides. So that's good. Yeah, that was a funny clip. I think that was hilarious. And Cindy, I'm going to make you a moderator. I'll do that in the next clip. I need stay in the chat. I was trying to do it through StreamYard. I realized, no, dummy, you have to go to your YouTube to do that. I forgot. So I'm going to do that in just a second for what it's worth. Welcome to the family. Let's see where I'm at now with what I'd prepared for everyone tonight. Let's see here. By the way, do you like the facial hair? Yes or no? I don't like it because my chin always came in red before it came in gray. Now it's like white, gray. I guess I could color it. I don't want to cheat. I don't color my hair. So I don't know, but facial hair, yay or nay? I'd like a poll. Yay or nay? It'll come in better. It probably looks kind of crummy because it's kind of patchy, but let me mute this thing. Someone's texted me. Okay. Let me now get back to my little prepared content. That was the nostalgic character actor of the week, best known as playing Mother Nature. She was great. I mean, you know, and you don't, I like to bring these people back to life, you know, for a little while here on the Nostalgic Podblast. It makes me feel good to preserve these people and, you know, just, they really were talented folks. So let me see, where am I? That was Deanne Francis Diedrich. And I thought she was just really great. And please watch the Ropers. Don't listen to the haters. Watch those reruns. If you're into reruns like on MeTV or Antenna TV, you can catch the Ropers on Antenna TV. And I think Pluto TV for a while had them there. But again, they've never been uncut since their original air date in 1979, 1980 until now on DVD. And I've yet to get them. I would actually, back in 2004 when Three's Company hit DVD, there was a TV Land marathon. And they played Ropers episodes and they went back to the original tapes. And what would happen was in syndication back in 1980, they cut the epilogues of most of the episodes. Epilogues mean like the last 3 to 4 minutes of the show that kind of ties the story together and helps the story make more sense. And so I recorded the TV Land versions and the old syndicated, and I would edit them together to have basically an uncut episode. But TV Land didn't air them all. It was a Three's Company marathon where they aired a handful of episodes of the Ropers and the other spinoff, Three's a Crowd. So, and same thing with Three's a Crowd back then in 2004. DL Taftner Entertainment, who owns the rights, I sound like a hillbilly there, DL Taftner Entertainment, for TV Land, went back and gave them, which they were still edited, but edited differently than the ones, because they have to have more commercial time. When they aired originally, they were over 25 minutes long without commercials. They had to be cut to 23 minutes or 22 minutes in some cases. So they cut about over 3 minutes out per show. And those are like plays, you know, those were in front of a live studio audience. Three's Company, the Ropers, all those shows, those sitcoms were like little plays. Even Happy Days from season 3 on for a while were in front of a live studio audience. You know, these sitcoms, I guess now you have that on a limited basis. I think I know that Big Bang Theory was in front of a live studio audience. Maybe Two Broke Girls, created by Whitney Cummings, was live studio audience. I'm sure it was. But that's a lost art. All in the Family, all the Norman Lear shows, Jeffersons, the spinoffs, those were for before a live studio audience. Now, we got to do our 1970s quiz, but I think I'll do Soul Survivor because this is extremely brief. Yes, so I got to play my intro. This is a game, as I mentioned earlier, where I name a show and you tell me in the chat who the Soul Survivor is. Don't Google cheat. Let me get the clip ready. Okay, I think I have it. Where is it? I got to play our clip, our intro music. Yeah, the song Soul Survivor by Asia from their first album released in 1982 of the same name, Asia. This is a little bit of Soul Survivor, our intro music to our segment, Soul Survivor.
Yo!
That's right. It's time for Soul Survivor. So the first time we talked about Gilligan's Island, kind of an easy one. Tina Louise is the Soul Survivor of that show. The next time we talked about the Addams Family, a little bit more tricky. Who is the sole surviving cast member of the original Addams Family to kick off Halloween season? I asked that question. So who was it? In case you weren't here, I'll wait a second for the delay to catch up. Who's the sole surviving member of the original Addams Family, not the movie starring Raul Julia? It's someone you would least expect. John Astin, who played the original Gomez Addams. He's still alive in his 90s. The kids are gone. Lurch died in 79. Ted Cassidy, the narrator for The Incredible Hulk, who did the opening credits and the voice of the creature originally. Little trivia, you know who took over the voice of the Incredible Hulk in terms of the growling? Charles Napier, character actor. Look him up. He'll be one of my character actors. He played Hammer in BJ and the Bear, a Nemesis trucker, and many other things. Like in the Cable Guy movie, he was the rogue cop. Sing us a song. He always played a tough guy, and he was Adam in the original Star Trek. In the Way to Eden, original Star Trek hippie show, he had that wig afro. Strumming on to Eden, yeah, brother. Strumming on to Eden, yeah, brother. His name was Adam. Spock said, "We reach." That's Charles Napier. He did the voice of the Hulk after Ted Cassidy sadly died of a heart ailment in 1979. So he did the growling. But they kept the narration intact, obviously, throughout all 5 seasons of The Incredible Hulk with Ted Cassidy's narration. So now I'm asking you, who is the sole survivor of Laverne and Shirley? I'm going to wait a minute for the chat to catch up. Who is the sole survivor of Laverne and Shirley? In terms of the regular cast. Now, I'm not talking about guest stars. I'm talking about the main credited cast members you saw in the opening credits. Except it's kind of tricky. Now, all right, in the original setting, let me clarify. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, not when they moved to Hollywood, because someone's still alive in the Hollywood era Laverne and Shirley cast who was on the opening credits. So I got to, Tracy nailed it. It is Michael McKean. She said McLean like McLean Stevenson. I think that was a typo. It's probably a Google Voice or something messed you up. Yeah, no, it's not Laverne. She's gone, Esmeralda. It's Michael McCain from Spinal Tap. Later did Spinal Tap while the show was still on the air. And you know who his wife is? Annette O'Toole, the redhead, the gorgeous redhead from Superman 3, and many other things. And she returned to Smallville playing Ma Kent 20 years ago or so. But that is his woman, the luscious Annette O'Toole. But from Superman 3 playing Lana Lang. Yeah, Michael, good job, Tracy. I credit you for that. That's good. That's really good. So you got it right. Just a paragraph about Michael. And I had loved him in the Brady Bunch movie from 1995. Do it in your spam. When the dog the Chihuahua was about to pee on his head. He played a jerk in the Brady Bunch movie, which I love that movie by Paramount. Great movie. The other one was Easterbrook, who played the Hollywood actress when they moved. She's still alive. So had to clarify that question. And I got this from our friends, one of our partners at Remind Magazine. They wrote this about Michael McKean, but they didn't mention Easterbrook. So you need to hire me, not only to sponsor the show, but hire me to write some articles for you, or at least be maybe a managing editor of some kind. Because I do a lot of research. All right, where is my doggone notes? Where are my gosh darn notes? Michael McKean, who played Goofy Leonard Lenny Kosnowski, is now 76 years of age. He's probably 77 by now, as we're alive, and the only surviving member of the original cast of Laverne and Shirley. True. Easterbrook, who was also in Police Academy. She was the cop that the phony Latino seduced. Yeah. And she's still alive, and she was great in everything she did. And sexy too, but she's a tall, statuesque woman. She's still around. Don't want to jinx her, but the answer I was looking for was the actor who played Lenny of Lenny and Squiggy, Michael McKean. Stand-up comic, improv comic, funny guy. All right, so of course, Laverne and Shirley have both passed away. Penny Marshall in 2018 and Cindy Williams in 2023. In addition, David Lander, who played Squiggy, died in 2020. And he had, I believe, Parkinson's disease. He had a lot of health ailments. And then Eddie Mecca, who played Carmine, the big ragu, died in 2021. Phil Foster, who played Frank DeFazio, died back in 1985, just 2 years after the show ended in 1983. Now I'm going to talk about Easterbrook real quick. I didn't prepare this, so bear with me, but that's my sole survivor of this edition of the Nostalgic Podblast for Laverne and Shirley. We're going to keep that going because there's a few more, several more. I could go on. And sadly, I don't want to be morbid. I'm just going to belay what I was about to say. I'm going to say the longer the show goes, the more additions we'll have. That's terrible. We don't want anyone to pass away. See, it's the coffee. It's like truth serum. It's like Wonder Woman putting her lasso around me. I just can't stop myself. All right. Easterbrook. Laverne. Leslie Easterbrook. Easterbrook's her last name. Really pretty gal. Funny gal. She's 75 now. Yep. She's born in Los Angeles, California. Been married twice. I don't think she ever had kids. She's 5'8". She's like a Julie Bowden type. Julie Bowden kind of looks like Julie Bowden. So let me now look up Michael McKean to make sure I got his age right. Michael McKean is 76, but he's about to turn 77 on October 17th. He was born October 17th, 1947. May these survivors live long, and they've already prospered, but continue to prosper. All right, so let's go. I think you look younger without the beard. Thank you. It does age me because of the gray. I'm trying to do a character look because I started up acting things again, and I Esmeralda, that good one. She said, "Are you saying your show was so long that the stars die while it's on?" That deserves a prize on its own. That's pretty witty. That's true. That's friggin' hilarious. That's funny, Esmeralda. Oh my God. Okay, but let me continue on. We got to move on to another segment to keep the show from not being so doggone long. Now, where was I? Man, that was a good one. Pretty witty. Oh, I know what it's time to do. Well, I'm going to take a poll. Do you want to do 1970s trivia for prizes, or should we jump into Friday the 13th? I'm going to wait for 3 people to answer. In the event of a tie, we'll toss a coin. Best out of 3. Are we going to do you want to do Friday the 13th, or do you want to do 70s trivia? 3 people, let me know. What direction you want the show to go in next? Friday 13th says, Tracy, I have some good trailers and clips. Factoid while I wait for another answer to come in. Cindy D says, McKean played an empty nest as a boyfriend who had a dead-end job giving out cheese at the mall. Funny character. I didn't expect him to play. That's 2 for Friday the 13th. That's 2 out of 3, so that wins. So we're gonna now go with all right. Keevler, it's been settled. Thank you, dear. So let's go ahead. Oh, but Cindy wanted 70s. Let me just knock out Friday 13th. Now, I'll play the trailers, which are clean. There's no blood or anything in the trailer. I'm going to start, and I'm going to show an interview with Betsy Palmer, a more recent interview. She's gone, who played the original killer, the mother of Jason Voorhees in the first film. Filmed in 1979, released in 1980. She was a beauty queen. Let's start soft and show her on I've Got a Secret in the late 1950s, I believe, from a kinescope where she was hosting. She was a beauty queen. The lady who played Mrs. Voorhees for a paycheck, she didn't want to do it. You'll hear her in her own words. Maybe I should do the trivia, though, just because people are going to fall asleep and I need players to play. Somebody, well, you all voted. I don't want to disregard the votes. All right, I'll knock out Friday 13th real quick because I'm not gonna deny the will of the people and rig this thing. I shouldn't say that. The bots are gonna think I'm talking about something else. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, the bots. My point is the bots are listening for buzzwords out of context. They can mess you up. So let me get to Friday 13th. Before that, though, I got not a comedy. New segment introduced. It's movie review. I have an official movie reviewer of the Nostalgic Podblast. I have 2 quick movie reviews. This is 3 minutes long, folks. Bear with me on this while I wait for some more comments to come in, but I will go to Friday 13th, knock that out. This is the official Nostalgic Podblast movie reviewer. His name's JT. Here's 10 seconds of what JT thought about this, and then I'm going to play his review for the new Beetlejuice movie, and that's only 2 minutes long. But here's JT and JT's movie review.
Terminator Zero was a blast. A new fresh take in the Terminator franchise. Like the anime, it was violent, crazy.
That's his review. Now here's his review for Beetlejuice. Let's watch.
Oh, this is movie reviews by JT, and I got another review for you. Beetlejuice, the sequel to the original 1988 film. Tim Burton is back as director. Michael Keaton reprised one of his iconic roles. Winona Ryder returns. Jenna Ortega's in here. William Dafoe, Justin Thordax. Beetlejuice was crazy, bonkers, funny, a lot of fun. Not as good as the original film, though, but it's still enjoyable. This is a no spoiler review, so I'm not going to get into too much details of the film. But I really enjoyed Beetlejuice. It was so great to see Michael Keaton's back, return to one of his iconic roles. Winona Ryder as Lydia Deetz, still great. Jenna Ortega, who plays her daughter. Jenna Ortega is excellent in this movie. I enjoy her performance so much. Everything that she's in and everything. And Catherine O'Hara also returns and everything. And William Dafoe and Justin Thordax. And this film works very well. I like it. So I saw it in IMAX tonight, early screening. It was great seeing it on a big screen in IMAX and everything. And it's an enjoyable film. I enjoyed Beetlejuice and everything. Definitely go check it out this weekend and in theaters. Definitely watch it in IMAX and everything. But this film works perfectly and everything. And I enjoyed it so much. I laughed so much in this film tonight and everything. And it's great and everything. And I really enjoyed it a lot and everything. And so that's my review for Beetlejuice. All right, bye.
Thank you, JT. Now back to the Nostalgic Podblast headquarters and everything. That's JT. We love JT. Thank you for the review. I never really liked the original Beetlejuice. Now, this is a controversial statement. I don't think Gina Davis is as good an actor as people make her out to be. And it's because she comes off to me as a bit of a ditz. I'm sorry. I mean, I liked her in The Fly, just the way, I guess it's the way she talks. I know she's gotten accolades, Thelma and Louise and whatnot, but I'm sorry. My opinion. Please let us know in the chat what you think. But anyway, so I didn't even see the whole Beetlejuice, the entire first one. So I doubt I'll see the sequel. But thank you, JT, for that passionate review. Oh, Brainbender's banner got to go. You know what I'm going to do? He gave it a thumbs up. Thumb. I'm going to do just 10 questions of trivia for some prizes and just to knock it out. All right. I'm not trying to go back on the vote. Ladies, bear with me. I'll be quick. What I'll do is I'll chill with the 70s trivia. I was going to do like 20 questions. We'll just make it 10. Make it 10. And I'll tell you which question is for a prize. The way the prize works is the first person to correctly answer, when I say it's a prize puzzle, gets the prize. And you can pick your prize. Now, of course, I'm going to have some predictable prizes like 5 1978 mint condition grease cards or mint 1989 Batman the movie cards, the movie directed by Tim Burton. That's what Tracy chose last time. And by the way, if you're a previous winner, you are eligible to play again and win again. It's just one prize per person per show, but you can play again. So there's the Batman cards. There's what they look. Okay, so you will get 5 in an envelope, and they'll be mailed to you on as soon as possible. I was going to say Monday, but I'm going to be working on a gig Monday and possibly Tuesday. So, man, and that takes all day. I'm just trying to think when I could mail it. I might mail it tomorrow. I have an eBay thing going tonight, and if they pay, my post office closes at 1 tomorrow. I could just mail them tomorrow. So anyway, let's just continue on. Cindy says, I'm not a big fan of Gina Davis either. I know I'm prejudging, but she just seems stupid to me. And her performance, just the way she speaks in interviews, she just seems like a dummy. I'm sorry. I might be wrong. And bye, Brainbenders. I'll see you tomorrow on her channel on the panel. I have a big family birthday. I made some arrangements so I could be part of a BBB show next week. And what that looks like, here's the thumbnail image to look for that she created. Our amazing YouTube journey. She's going to tell her story at the top of her live stream tomorrow, which I will simul stream on the Nostalgic Podblast. She has a great channel for brain teasing puzzles and games. Really good stuff. Okay, so now let's get to the trivia really quickly. Knock that out. And let me get to my questions. We've gone almost 3 hours. Okay. I do have a little piece I like to play. I hear fireworks, so I guess that means the Atlanta Braves won their game. They probably did. The fireworks would not be going off. They do have Friday night fireworks at times. That will be fun, says Esmeralda. I better hurry because your husband's going to come home and then you got to duck out. And I like when Esmeralda's out there. It makes me feel good knowing she's out there watching and listening in Washington State. So let me get to the questions. I've said that like 5 times now. Let's start with this one. I usually have a little intro. Yeah, let me do my little intro. Oh my gosh, here it is.
Shall we play a game?
Let's play a game. And we're going to start it right now. So let's get in our time capsule and let's get ready to go back in time. All right. That's the 2001 A Space Odyssey theme. I just self-edited. There's like dead air at the beginning. I'm not going to, dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 all right, you know the rest. Okay, so let's start with a question. Oh, Terrell says Michael McKean played so many iconic characters throughout his long and enduring career, from Lenny to David St. Hubbins to Chuck McGill. The dude is a legend. Absolutely, he is. Okay, let's get to the trivia, and then we'll get to the scary stuff. Friday the 13th. Let's see here. So question 1, 1970s trivia. This is a good movie question. What? No Google cheating, please. All right. prize question. We'll make this a prize question. First person to answer correctly will get a prize. 5 cards of your choice. And I'm going to mix it up too with the prizes. Okay. What was the number 1 box office hit of the 1970s? And I'm going to give you multiple choices here. Go ahead and shout out your answers or chat out your answers as it were, if you like. I hear a lot of fireworks. The Braves must have won. That's a good thing. It's relating to the 2024 regular baseball season. Now I'm going to put your choices on the screen. What was the number 1 box office hit of the 1970s? Danny Staten guesses Jaws. Esmeralda guesses Star Wars. Terrell guesses Jaws. Let's put your choices on the screen. Hopefully it'll do right. Did they do right? It did not. Its choices are A, The Godfather, B, Star Wars, C, Jaws, or D, Alien. What was the biggest box office draw of the 1970s? A, The Godfather, B, Star Wars, C, Jaws, or D, Alien. Prize puzzle. Keebler guessed C, which is Jaws. Esmeralda guessed C, Jaws. Terrell guessed C, Jaws. Tracy says, I don't want to be rude, but I'm going to Jaws. That's not rude. Danny Staten guessed Star Wars. Well, let's learn the answer right now. Grossing more than $200,000 in the United States and Canada. I got to have a dramatic pause here. I'll put the answer on the screen if it'll fit. Grossing more than 200,000, I said. Grossing more than $200 million in the United States and Canada. Star Wars is by far the biggest earning movie of the 1970s. It was followed by Superman the movie, The Godfather, Jaws, and Grease. You know what overtook it? Bonus trivia. Overtook Star Wars? E.T. the Extraterrestrial. So Spielberg struck back in 1982. But Star Wars came back again in 1997 because the box office receipts from the special edition of January 1997 were combined with the 1977 box office receipts to overtake E.T. the Extraterrestrial. But then that same year, Titanic beat everybody at the box office in the year 1997. Take it easy, Tracy. I think she wanted to hear Friday the 13th. Well, catch the replay if you can. So Danny was the winner. He said Star Wars. So Danny, you want Grease cards? You want Batman cards? What you want? Let me know in the comments. Grease made more than Saturday Night Fever. Interesting. Grease was 1978. Saturday Night Fever was 77. So those were different years. To clarify, Cindy D. Bye, Tracy. I thank you for being here as long as you were. I really appreciate your presence, and I'm going to check out your show on the replay, your half-hour live stream. So there you go. It was Star Wars. So Danny Staten wins. You win a prize, man. So just let me know. Do you want Grease cards or Batman 89 cards? You get 5 of your pick, mint condition. Or I guess I'll send you some Star Wars cards. 5 1977 top Star Wars cards. I did say I'd mix it up. I can't be an Indian prize chooser. Danny says that Universal Monsters comic would be sweet. Which one? Creature from the Black Lagoon or Frankenstein? They sold out. I got the last Frankenstein they had this week. But he wants Batman. Okay, I'll mail you Batman. You made your choice. You will get 5 1989 Batman cards. Let's move on to the next question, shall we? And then we'll get to Friday the 13th. I think Tracy might have been upset that I circumvented the will of the audience. All right. This is a good one for Danny Staten. Danny, you can't win another prize, but I know you're going to know this. I'm going to put the question up in the comments. What river did Evel Knievel attempt to jump over in his famous stunt? What river did motorcycle daredevil Evel Knievel attempt to jump over in his famous stunt? Prize puzzle. Prize puzzle. First person to get it right wins. Let me give you your choices. Oh, Danny already guessed Snake River. It was the Snake River. The choices were the Colorado River, Snake River, Rio Grande, or Mississippi. It was the Snake River. Let me put some facts on the screen about that, and we'll do 8 more questions, and we'll move on to Friday the 13th. Okay. In 1974, Evel Knievel attempted to jump 1,600 feet across the Snake River Canyon in Idaho using a rocket-powered cycle called the Sky Cycle X2. Unfortunately, the jump failed due to a parachute malfunction, but Knievel survived with minor injuries. Since then, the canyon has been visited by many people who are inspired by Evel Knievel's legacy, and his story has been portrayed in a movie. Danny, you are the man. I agree, Esmeralda. That is really slick. All right, so let's do another question. I'm gonna just do 5. I'm just gonna do 5 because it seems like I went too long, and I did say Friday the 13th. I feel bad about that. I think Tracy might have been upset. Okay. This is a cool question. It's a name question. Name question. In the United States, what was by far the most popular baby girl name of the 1970s? I'll give you some choices. What you think? Your choices are A, Michelle, my belle. We put the choices on the screen. B, Jessica. C, Jennifer. Or D, Amanda. What was the most popular girl name of the 1970s? A, Michelle, B, Jessica, C, Jennifer, or D, Amanda? Cindy D guessed Karen, LOL. Okay. Keebler guessed Jennifer. Esmeralda guessed Jennifer. Terrell guessed Jennifer. Were they right? Let's find out right now. It is Jennifer. Good job, y'all. And let me just put some facts on the screen here for anyone that's watching. With the answer, good job, Terrell, Esmeralda, Keebler. In the 1970s, Jennifer was the most popular name for newborn girls by more than 2-to-1, a 2-to-1 margin. Famous Jennifers from the 1970s include Jennifer Aniston, Jennifer Garner, and Jennifer Lopez. All right, let's do another question. This is extremely difficult, and I am going to, actually it's not, but I'm going to say this. Let's make this a prize puzzle. First person that hasn't already won tonight that gets it right will get cards of their choice, of Grease cards or Batman 89 cards. I know it's kind of a weird prize. I have an abundance in those. That's why I'm giving out those prizes, and they're easy to mail. What country was Emperor Haile Selassie ruler of from 1916 to 1974? I'm probably mispronouncing that name, but what country? I'm going to give you choices. That's a prize puzzle first, but don't Google. I better hurry up and get the choices on the screen. Your choices are A, Kenya, B, Sudan, C, Ethiopia, or D, Algeria. Pick one. Esmeralda guessed C, Ethiopia. What country was Emperor Haile Selassie ruler of from 1916 to 1974? Esmeralda guessed C, Ethiopia. And she's right. Emperor Haile Selassie was the ruler of Ethiopia from 1916 to 1974. He was born, I thought it was a woman. See, am I stupid? Is that something I should have known? Now I feel like a world history idiot. This is going to get all busted up here in the comments. Let me just put the answer on the screen. God dang it. Emperor Haile, let's just say, was the ruler of Ethiopia from 1916 to 1974. He was born on July 23rd, 1892, as Tafari Makanen. I don't know how to say that, and I don't care. And was a member of the Solomonic dynasty, descended from King Solomon of Israel. He rose to power as regent of Ethiopia for Empress Zuditu from 1916 and became Emperor of Ethiopia on April 2nd, 1930. During his reign, he worked to modernize his nation and led troops to combat against the Italian army. He is celebrated as a messiah figure for the Rastafarian religion. Okay. Woo. No, you're not. It's hard to know gender from names. Thank you. I'm not an idiot. Okay. Esmeralda says, I'm just old. Oh, you knew it. That's impressive. Okay. I'm just going to do one more question, and then we're going to get to Friday the 13th. I think it's too late for trivia, and I did say I get to Friday the 13th. I feeling guilty for denying the will of the voters there. All right. Prize question. Wait a minute. Where the hell? Okay. What French president's name is given to the Arts Complex building opened in Paris in 1977 with its very controversial design? I'll give you some choices. Looking for the name of a French president. Good Lord. How am I going to pronounce this stuff? I feel like Inspector Clouseau. How can an idiot be a policeman? Answer me that. Very simple. All you have to do is enlist. Let's see here. Your choices are A, D'Estaing, B, Pompidou, C, Chirac, or D, Mitterrand. Which French president's name is given to the Arts Complex building opened in Paris in 1977 with its very controversial design? Esmeralda guessed D, which is Mitterrand. Your choices were A, D'Estaing, B, Pompidou, C, Chirac, or D, Mitterrand. And Mitterrand was Esmeralda and Washington State's guess. Let's reveal the answer there. That's incorrect. The Center Pompidou in Paris was commissioned by the French president Georges Pompidou in 1969. Let me put that information on the screen for anyone watching real quick. And that's the last friggin' question we're going to do tonight. Jeez, we'll resume where we picked off next time. The building, built in 1969, was designed by two young unknowns, Richard Rogers and Renzo Piano, and construction began in 1972. But it was designed in 69. On February 2nd, 1977, the Center Pompidou opened its doors to the public and has since become one of the most visited cultural sites in the world. Its unique design features exposed pipes and ducts on the outside of the building, which are color-coded to indicate their purpose. How about that? Rest in peace. Who died now? I know you said somebody died in the cast of The Karate Kid. All right, so there you go. That's going to conclude trivia for this time. Let's start with Friday the 13th. We will pick up where we left off next time. And we'll do more than just 5 questions. That was 5, right? Keebler, were you keeping up? Oh, rest in peace, Chili Pepper, famous Chicago drag queen. Thank you, Danny. That's on topic. We were talking about drag queens earlier. All right, very cool. Now let's get back to the show notes. And I will mail out Danny's cards and all the other winners' cards. Esmeralda gets another 5 cards. You want more grease, Esmeralda? I'll send you a bonus sticker. Or I'll send you a sticker. Stickers are harder to come by because kids would stick them on things. Normally, I do the music video of the week. Let's not do that. I'll play some of a song that I've played before. And then I got to talk about our friends at Remind Magazine. And then we'll talk about Friday the 13th. No, I'll go right to Friday the 13th. Hang on. Let me do the sponsors tag because they may not be cool with the Friday the 13th stuff I'm fixing to play. So let me just show you the current Ezra Live edition of Remind Magazine, which is right here. It's an awesome issue about game show hosts. We've been talking about the best deceased game show hosts in this ongoing series here on the Nostalgic Podblast lately. We're going to get to Dick Clark and Bob Barker in the coming weeks and months. But let's talk about Remind Magazine. There's their current edition for September 2024 that's covering game shows. By the way, I watched Ryan Seacrest. I thought he did a fine job. Ezra Live, Ryan Seacrest debuted as the new host of Wheel of Fortune for retiring Pat Sajak, although Pat Sajak will still host the primetime ABC Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. I think those episodes may be in the can because ABC tends to sit on their primetime game shows for a long time before they air them. Case in point, Press Your Luck. They'll wait even a year to air them. So my question is, I need to research this. I will by next time, my own personal homework. Were these episodes that Pat Sajak did for Celebrity Wheel of Fortune that have yet to air, were they already taped before he had retired? Because there was an article that surfaced shortly after his actual retirement, his last regular syndicated episode aired in June of 2024, that, well, couple weeks later, it was in the media. Well, Pat Sajak's retired is somewhat short-lived. He's still going to host Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. Well, the devil's in the details. I think those episodes may have been pre-recorded because they're with celebrities playing for charity. Anyway, so enough said about that. Remind Magazine. Here is why you should subscribe to Remind Magazine or give it as a gift. How about this? For a birthday gift, you could give someone you care about Remind Magazine for the first year for only $12. $12. There's 10 issues per year. I used to say $1 an issue, but they do 2 double-size issues. In my mind, that counts as 2 issues. 2 double-size issues, one during the holidays and one during the summertime. But you get 10 issues of Remind delivered to your home or someone you love's home for only $12. Now, in the newsstand, it's $4.99 plus tax presently to buy Remind Magazine at places like Barnes & Noble, or a newsstand if you're in a big metropolitan area like New York City, or even in Los Angeles, California. There's still newsstands to be found on the street corner of a bustling metropolis. But how about $12? And your gift recipient will think you spent a heck of a lot more than $12. You can't even get a streaming subscription monthly for $12 for the month. Even dollar stores practically need to change their names to the Dollar and Change store. The candy you used to get at Dollar Tree, for instance, is now $1.25 that you'd sneak into the movie theater. But Remind Magazine, why you should give and read Remind Magazine is because if you're here, the odds are you're into nostalgia. Well, that's Remind Magazine's wheelhouse. They cover articles and brain-teasing puzzles like Brain Bender's Banter does on her YouTube channel, trivia quizzes, classic comics, and monthly theme features from the 1950s through the 1990s. Nothing newer than the 1990s. So if it's in the millennium, the new millennium, or the 21st century, forget about it. It's not going to be in Remind Magazine. The best part is it'll come to you in the mail each time you see a new edition. I was about to say each month, but 10 times a year, it'll come in the mail. Remember Dynamite Magazine, Pizzazz, Mad Magazine when we were kids, Gen Xers, Hot Dog Magazine, even National Geographic World Magazine, Boys Life, whatever your favorite magazine. Wasn't it a treat to open the mail and instead of a bill, you have something nice to read with crossword puzzles in it, and it keeps your mind fresh. All you have to do is go to remindmagazine.com to give or get Remind Magazine for a year for $12 out the door, including shipping, including postage. Or you can call them old school. You'll get a human being quickly on the phone by calling this number, 855-773-6463. And a kind order specialist will assist you in processing your subscription to Remind Magazine. And please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order. Thank you to Remind Magazine. Now we can talk finally about Friday the 13th, because it is Friday the 13th still. Let me just get on ahead here. I want to play the trailer, meaning the movie preview to Friday the 13th. And then we'll talk about that franchise, which is a very, of course, successful movie franchise. Let's watch the original movie trailer, Friday 13th. You know, there's no warning yet because we're not going to play anything with graphic violence or fake blood. Not yet. We will later in just a minute. But here is what you saw in movie theaters when this movie hit the scene, and you didn't know who the killer was at this point. Let's watch the trailer.
Hello? Who's that? Oh, hi. What are you doing out in this mess?
1, 2, 3.
We weren't doing anything. We were just messing up.
4. 5. 6. 7.
Can I help you? Hello?
8. 9. 10. 11. 12. Friday, the 13th. You may only see it once, but that will be enough. Friday, the 13th.
So I like that music by Harry Mandrafini. It made this scene scary, and I loved how in the first few movies, when someone got killed, it would flash white like you saw right there. That was a cool effect. And we didn't know who the killer was. It was a bit of a mystery way back then. It was filmed in 79, released in 1980. Some quick facts about the Friday the 13th horror franchise. Let's see. The first film was released in 1980. And check out the box office receipts. Back on May 9th to kick off the summer movie season, long before Memorial Day weekend at the end of May, and only cost $550,000 to make. It earned $59.8 million. Of course, Halloween really started the horror and slasher horror craze by MPI, international movie release before Universal took over Halloween with Halloween 2, Universal Pictures. Let me just tell you some numbers about Halloween, the Halloween box office receipts, which started this craze back in 1978, the night he came home, with a William Shatner Captain Kirk mask as Michael Myers. Let's just see here. That was released the first Halloween, directed by John Carpenter on October 25th, 1978. Perfect timing, like a week before Halloween. The budget was $300,000 to $325,000 for the original Halloween movie starring Jamie Lee Curtis. It earned $70 million. $70 million with a $300,000 and change budget. That is an immense profit. So Friday the 13th, if you do the math, $550,000 to $59.8 million. That is up there as well. So I don't want to bore you with the details of the plot. You know the plot, okay? I'll just show a couple scenes. This kid, Jason, supposedly drowned at Camp Crystal Lake, later called Camp Blood. And this happened in the late 1950s in the storyline. And counselors were doing other things like making love or smoking dope, or I don't know if they smoked dope in the 50s. I guess they did. Reefer Madness was out since what, the 30s or something. So yeah, but they were doing things they shouldn't do. And the thing about Friday the 13th is it was a mom out for revenge for people that neglected her son, which caused him to die in her mind. Found out later he was actually alive, living in a shack, and he saw what happened to his mom. I'm not going to show that, but I think I might later. I don't know. But the person who played Mrs. Pamela Voorhees was a beauty queen back in the day. I'm going to show you a clip of her right now, and I've got a secret. Her name's Betsy Palmer. Oh, yeah. Let's just play this really quick.
I've got a secret, and sitting in for Gary Moore is Betsy Palmer.
I thank you very, very much, and you do know my secret now. Our dear Gary is away on a vacation, and so he selected me as being the least likely of the panel to be a moderator. He's kind of thought that I suppose I might add a feminine touch to the show. So in keeping with all of that, I've decided that we'll just redo the whole blessed thing. So if the curtain can go up, you'll see what we girls have done.
I better stop it right there. That's courtesy of Buzzer. The Buzzer YouTube channel. Buzzer is a great channel owned by Fremantle Media, and they're on Pluto TV streaming all the time. Classic game shows, including Bob Barker's Price is Right. I love it. So see how pretty she was? That was long before Friday the 13th. And of course, let's play a clip of her and how she looked years later in Friday the 13th in this quick clip. And there's no blood here. I don't think. Let's just...
Well, I'm Mrs. Voorhees, an old friend of the Christies.
Oh,
No. There, I can't help you if you don't calm down.
But
please.
she's dead, and he's dead, and oh my God, poor Bill! Oh God!
All right. Come on, dear, then show. No, but it's all right. I'll take care of you. I used to work for the Christies.
Oh God, what's going on here? Please help me get out of here.
Just this place and the storm. That's why you're upset.
No, they're all dead. They're all dead.
All right, I'll go look.
No, please don't leave me. They'll kill you too.
I'm not afraid.
I love that. I'm not afraid because I'm the psycho doing it. Now, of course, that sound effect was actually, believe it or not, this sound effect, the classic. It evolved as the franchise went along, but originally, believe it or not, it's from a scene in the movie, and it's actually Betsy Palmer's voice saying, "Kill Mama." And the sound guys re-edited that in post-production to sound like shh, 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 shh. So let's now watch the scene where you hear the line by Betsy Palmer as Pamela Voorhees that sound effect came from in this scene. Now there's going to be some blood, some bodies seen in this. So let me just wait a second for the delay to catch up. Don't look at the screen if you're squeamish about fake blood and special effects. It's not real. Family show, but so there's going to be some violence here in this clip. But it's about a 4-minute clip. I'll try not to play the whole thing. I think the bots won't like if I play the whole thing. Okay, so are you ready for this? Okay, now here's where you hear where that scene came from. There's your public service announcement, right, Danny Staten? And Esmeralda said, yeah, no one smoked weed in the 50s. LOL, emoticons. Great sound effects. Yeah. So you've probably seen this, Esmeralda. You're extremely intelligent, and you are a psychologist. I love the psychology of this movie. The one thing I didn't like by the original Friday the 13th, it showed a snake getting severed with a machete, and it looked like a real snake. I didn't like that. You remember that? You see that snake? All right. And I didn't like how later on you saw other animals, which I don't think were real. You know, hopefully Humane Society was on the scene back then in the late 70s, early 80s, but I didn't like that they killed a snake, even a garden snake. I didn't like that. But anyway, here's where you hear where the sound effect came from. Let's watch. There's going to be some blood in this. It's not too bad, though. Let's watch.
We can go now, dear.
I think we should wait for Mr. Christie.
Oh, that's not necessary.
I don't understand.
I am Jason. You see, Jason was my son, and today is his birthday.
Where's Mr. Christie?
Oh, I couldn't let them open this place again. Could I? Not after what happened. Oh, my sweet, innocent Jason. My only child. Jason. You let him drown. You never paid any attention. Look what you did to him!
Mommy. Kill her. Don't let her get away, Mommy. Don't let her live.
I won't, Jason. I won't.
There you go. So she's like a schizo psycho trying to get revenge. Now I got a 1-minute clip and then we'll move on to Friday the 13th part 2. And I have a 1-minute clip of Betsy Palmer years later talking about why she accepted that part in her own words at a Friday the 13th reunion. But here's another clip. Oh, there's some comments that came in. Uh-oh. You're down over here. I was afraid of that. Oh, well, damn. That's too bad. Hopefully it'll come back up. But let's talk a little bit more about Friday the 13th, the movie franchise. There's 12 movies in the Friday the 13th horror franchise series of films or slasher films. It's also a very successful video game. My friend Hunter plays the video game. He loves it. And it's a television series, comic book series. There's novels, there's merchandise, there's conventions. And the franchise mainly focuses on Jason Voorhees, who was thought to have drowned as a boy, as you saw, at Camp Crystal Lake due to the negligence of the camp staff. Decades later, the lake is rumored to be cursed. And there's a character named Crazy Ralph that tries to warn the college students from reopening Camp Blood. Everybody knows that, though. And the setting for a series of mass murders is at that camp. And Jason is featured in all of the films, either as the killer or as a little child. And the guy who played the original Jason is actually in a band. I've seen him perform. We'll talk about him later. But did you know that the Friday the 13th films have grossed over $468 million at the box office? That's pretty impressive. Although the films were not popular with critics, Friday the 13th is considered one of the most successful media franchises in America. Not only for the successes of the films, but also because of the extensive merchandising and repeated references to the series in pop culture. Jason's hockey mask has become one of the most recognizable images in horror and pop culture. So the first movie, I already said this, was released on May 9th, 1980. The second one on May 1st, 1981. Friday the 13th, Part 3D, was released on August 13th, 1982. And then Friday the 13th, the final chapter, was released on April 13th, 1984. Friday the 13th, A New Beginning, released on March 22nd, 1985. And then Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives, released on August 1st, 1986. Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, was released on May 13th, 1988. Friday the 13th, Part 7, Part 8. Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, was released on July 28th, 1989. Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday, was released on August 13th, 1993. And Jason X was released, or Jason 10, on April 26th, 2002. And then Freddy versus Jason was released on August 13th, 2003. And then they had a horrible, horrible reboot titled Friday the 13th, released on February 13th, 2009. It was abysmal. It was just absolutely terrible. I didn't like that. It was not as gory, not as scary. It was a horrible, horrible Friday the 13th film. Now, I want to play a clip of Betsy Palmer talking about, that's Canadian pronunciation or enunciation of the word about, playing Pamela Voorhees and why she did. It's just a minute long. And then I had another Friday the 13th clip, but I don't know if I should play it. I'm kind of scared that like the stream might be affected on YouTube, but well, let me just try to play just a second. I already played that. Okay, so I can delete that. Now, here is Betsy Palmer talking about playing Mrs. Voorhees.
My agent called and said, how would you like to do a movie? I said, great. I said, I have not done a movie in years. And I said, California? He said, no. It's going to be shot in New Jersey, and it's 10 days' work. You'll make $1,000 a day. And I said, great. He said, well, there's one catch. And I said, well, what's that? He said, it's a horror film. I said, oh, no, thank you, no. It's bad enough that I know I'm known as a game player doing I've Got a Secret, a game show that I did for 10 or 11 years. And I said, no, and then to be added, a horror film, I said, send me the script. He sent me the script, I read it, and I said, what a piece of shit. Anyway, I said, nobody is going to see this thing. It will come, it will go. That's the end of it. You know, I'll do it. I called him and I said, I'll do it. That's my part of the story.
How about that? I love that. All right. Now, there was a cast reunion. Let me just play a little bit of this because you'll see Tom Savini, who I talked about earlier, who did all the makeup effects, the madman behind the gore. Let's look at some of that real quick.
Give a big round of applause to our guests for coming here tonight. To do some proper introductions, we have the man who did the special effects makeup for the film, Mr. Tom Savini. We have the man who was the first Jason Voorhees ever, Ari Lehman. The man who helped create the Friday the 13th saga, Victor Miller. The best or worst mother in history, Betsy Palmer. The man who wrote some of the scariest fucking music ever, Harry Manfredini. And last but certainly not least, the lone survivor of the chaos that was Camp Crystal Lake in the summer of 1980, Adrian King.
My agent called and said, how would you like to do a movie? I said, great. I said, I have not done a movie.
I know we
in
just
years.
heard this.
I said,
Sorry about
California?
this.
He said, no. It's going to be shot in New Jersey, and it's 10 days' work. You'll make $1,000 a day. And I said, great. He said, well, there's one catch. And I said, well, what's that? He said, it's a horror film. I said, oh, no, thank you, no. It's bad enough that I know I'm known as a game player doing I've Got a Secret, a game show that I did for 10 or 11 years. And I said, no, and then to be added, a horror film, I said, send me the script. He sent me the script, I read it, and I said, what a piece of shit. Anyway, I said, nobody is going to see this thing. It will come, it will go, that's the end of it. You know, I'll do it. I called him and I said, I'll do it. That's my part of the story.
Sean called me up one day and said, Halloween is making a lot of money, let's rip it off. That's a direct quote. I will never lie to you all. So I said, okay, how do you write a horror film? I'll have to go see Halloween. So I went to see Halloween and I figured out the format. Basically, you start with a prior evil that happens before the movie opens. You have a bunch of randy teenagers who are outside the help of formal authority. Adults cannot come and save their asses. And you knock them off one by one, especially the ones who fornicate. And at the end, the evil genius is found. Sean and I would have been perfectly happy if it had been a real hit at the local drive-in, because that was the level we had been working at. And suddenly we had this thing. I'm reading Variety, and I'm seeing that we're the top 10 movies for 10 weeks.
What was the budget?
The budget was $600,000.
And it made like 64 million.
78 million, something like that, yeah.
When I was a little kid, I heard about an audition in my town. I wanted to be in a movie just like everybody.
How old were you?
I was 12. 12, 13, you know. And it was at the YMCA. So I said, how am I going to get in there? So I brought a clipboard, you see, to look official. And I got there and I said, where's the audition? And they said, oh, it's upstairs. Okay. And so that was acting even then. And somehow I got cast for that Manny's Orphans thing as Roger, the little sex-obsessed child, which was somewhat prophetic. But anyway, so when they went to do Friday the 13th, they needed a little kid. They called me. I picked up the phone. Sean's like, can you swim? I said, yes. He said, you got the part.
My memory is I got a call from Sean. I think Dawn of the Dead had just opened, and they wanted the same guy that had created the stuff in Dawn of the Dead to do Friday the 13th. So I went to Connecticut. I think we had a meeting. We sat around and discussed all the effects and how, how they would be done, what we would see. That's the most important part. When if you're a budding effects person, you get a script, you break it down to a list of effects, and then the next thing is you have to talk to the director about what he wants to see, because you'll build 1,000 things that maybe not necessary. So we discussed exactly what he wanted to see, and that told me what to create. And the first thing was to cast his head and create Jason. And he was modeled after a guy that used to walk around in my neighborhood, a little bum with one ear was lower than the other, and he looked like Quasimodo with an eye lower. And you were originally going to have hair. And I don't know why we chose to make you bald. I think it might have been easier or something.
It got down to a screen test. And I guess I screened and screamed very well. My scream, I always say, my scream just, I think, nailed with the last nail in the coffin, whatever it was. But I think that's how I got the role. And the rest is history.
We were having dinner at Sean's house in the kitchen. He said to me, I'm going to make the scariest movie ever made, and you're going to write the music. And at that point, I had scored 3 films, including those 2. And I said, okay, good. And he said, it's called Friday the 13th, and here's the way it's going to look. And I went, okay, good. And I scored it.
The night I arrived, they shooed me right into Tommy Savini, who was going to do the mock-up of my head. And as I was sitting there and he was getting stuff mixed up in the plaster, you probably remember this, and you gave me a series of Polaroid shots and said, here's the stuff I've been doing. I come upon this one shot and I said, and who is this? And he said, well, that's your son, Jason. And I said, well, why does he look so strange? And he said, well, because he's a mongoloid. I said, what? I said, that wasn't in the script. And so I said to myself when I got back in my room that night, I said, my God, not only all this other stuff she's had, there is her little boy who is so needy and will always be so needy. And I mean, this woman has a great cross to bear. So when that little boy drowns, when that little boy drowns, I mean, I lost it. I really did. And rightfully so. And I tried to keep that camp from getting open. Every year they tried to open it. I think, what are you doing? Didn't they have a fire one year? I think they talked about the water was poisoned another year. The lady was, so, and rightfully so. So that's why I say, after all this long thing, but that's why I did what I did. And to me, it's justified. And I don't care. They can put masks. They can.
Justified. Acting. That's acting. So I'm going to show you what the mask looked like, which you saw in a little clip earlier. Let me, I pulled it up for you. And here it is. This is Tom Savini with the original Jason. Let's see. Where are you? Here we go. I call it the OG Jason. Before the hockey mask, which was introduced in the third film. There you go. There he is. So there's what the prosthetic pieces added to the actor. Very cool. So there's that. Now I'm going to try. I was going to play the trailers for all the first 3 films, but I don't know if it was the trailer that got me zapped on YouTube on my one of my channels. I don't know. And I did want to play. I guess I will go ahead and try to play a little bit of the trailer for part 2. Oh, shoot. You know what? Yeah. Let me try this. I thought I had uncut death scenes from the first film. Let me first play the trailer for part 2, and I'll check that out. But here's the trailer to part 2.
Hello?
On a June night in 1980, Friday the 13th, 12 of her friends were murdered. Why should Friday the 13th, 1981 be any different? Friday the 13th, Part 2. The body count continues. 14.
You're all doomed. You're all doomed.
15.
God.
16.
Help!
17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23.
Sandra? Jeff?
The day you count on for terror is not over. Friday the 13th, Part 2.
there you go. So that's the trailer to part 2. Now I'm going to play a little bit. I finally found the clip I wanted to play from the first film. I know I'm going out of order here, but let me now add this clip. And I think this is what I thought I had prepared for you guys and gals earlier today. This has a lot of the Tom Savini makeup effects. Let's see here. There, it's going. Give it a second. All right, let's see. It's processing. This shows the genius of Tom Savini's makeup effects. And it's going to pull up in just a second. Now, there was a parody of Friday the 13th called Saturday the 14th. I was going to play that trailer, but I don't know if I should because the YouTube keeps going down every time I play a trailer. I guess Paramount is not as forgiving as Disney. Disney doesn't mind if you play a trailer because they get that it's marketing. It'll get people to purchase Disney Plus as a subscription service or purchase even a hard copy of the movie. And that's their right. I didn't think it would be an issue to play a movie trailer. You just never really know. Let me just see one thing here. Let's see if it comes back up now. This is a makeup. All right, I'm going to try to play. I want to wait for it to come back because I can hear in the other room that it is down. Doggone it. I'm going to show some pictures in the meantime. This is the Friday the 13th official DVD set. That's the movie poster that you see on the front and on the back. Sorry, listeners, I'm showing some images on the video side of things on YouTube Live and Facebook Live and Twitch. There's the back of the DVD of the first film. Here is the cover of the second film on DVD. And here comes the back. There's the back. Now, part 3 introduced a new dimension in terror. 3D was back in movie theaters, and Friday the 13th Part 3D was filmed in 1981, released in 1982. I already told you the release dates earlier here in the start of this Friday the 13th segment. But here is what the front of the DVD of Part 3D looked like. And here comes the back. And there's the back. And the last one I'll show you, this is out of order, but this is Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning. And there's the front of the Paramount DVD. And there is the back. And doggone it, I forgot to show you all when I talked about Soul Survivor. This photo. Oh, Laverne and Shirley. Well, there you go. At least I did get it in the stream. And I know we're back, so no need to text me. I appreciate it, Keebler. So I'm going to try to play now scenes of the first film with uncut special effects. So now this is going to be bloody and stuff. It's not that long, though. Let me just pull it up. And this should be okay. Knock on wood. And here we go. Here is the theatrical. What you're going to see is the theatrical Friday the 13th R-rated version and then the unrated version of the same scene. It's only 1 minute and 43 seconds long. And you'll see some of the Tom Savini's awesome effects, starting with Annie. She gets her throat slit. That was like the first kill of the original Friday 13th. So I'm just warning you, you're going to see some bloody scenes, but it's fake. Of course, we're in reality here. You're an intelligent audience. You get it. But don't look at the screen if you have an issue with some graphic violence. 1, 2, I'm going to count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. That's Tom Savini's Masterworks. Uh-oh. Hang on. I know that's tame, isn't it, Esmeralda? Let me put Esmeralda's comment on the screen. Yeah, I like that. I like those effects. Those are pretty cool. Pretty inventive for a bunch of college students. Hang on a second. So, let's see here. I guess the Friday 13th clips are going to get me in a little bit of issues with YouTube. So, gosh, I can't play the rest of what I was going to play. I was going to play a Saturday the 14th, 1981 trailer. We covered pretty much enough. I was going to show the origin of the hockey mask in part 3, which I think if it comes back on, I'll just play 30 seconds or less of that scene. But, yeah, that's a shame. Oh, well. It's not my material. I don't own it. No rights given or implied. So that's what happens with material that's not yours. But I thought with an educational show like the Nostalgic Podblast would be okay. It's on other channels. You know, I don't know. I don't know the background on that. If there was a reason why it's okay in other channels. And let me see something here. Let me do one more thing. I think I have some other photos to show you all. Let's see here. We have a big birthday I wanted to talk about. Here's my birthday theme I need to get to that I like to play at the intro of my birthday segment, which I haven't done in quite a while. I've got a big birthday of someone, an actor that I really like a lot, and a cool picture to show you really quickly. Here it is. Happy birthday to this young lady. She's still around. I love her acting with her former husband that she did. She just turned 93. Talking about Barbara Bain. She turned 93 on September 13th, 2024. Very impressive. Of course, she was in Mission Impossible in the first 3 seasons of the original Mission Impossible from 1966 until 1969. The 66-67 season, 67-68 season, and 68-69 season. They left the show, both she and her husband, Martin Landau, at the time, over a salary dispute. And then they went on to do all 48 episodes of Space 1999 for ITC Independent Television Corporation. So happy birthday to Barbara Bain. She's still around, knock on wood. And she's going to make, I think, her first, or not her first, but a very rare convention appearance coming up at Chiller Horror Convention. And I'm thinking about making the trip to meet her. But happy 93rd birthday to Barbara Bain. Very exciting stuff. Now, I have something new I want to do. It's the Nostalgic Meme of the Week. I put this in the Nostalgic Podblast. I posted this rather in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. This is what they call prehistoric Googling. At the library. Remember that? Kids, there you go. Your parents did this. Or grandkids, if anyone younger, like a Gen Zer is watching this, you know what that was? There were index cards. There was the Dewey Decimal System. There was a whole process of microfiche film, which were basically magazines and other periodicals like newspapers that were on a piece of film that you'd have to take the film, to a little device with a light, and it would blow it up on the screen. This is well before the internet, at least the public internet. I think the military had the internet long before we did, that's for sure. But there you go. There's prehistoric Googling. We survived this. So I thought that was the pretty clever, nostalgic meme of the week. Now, concluding on Friday 13th, I guess I better not play. I'll try to play the mask scene, the first scene you saw with Jason's mask, which is in Friday the 13th, part 3D. Before that, I'm going to introduce you to Jason Jr. right here. I took this picture at Atlanta Comic Convention a few years ago. The family that slays together stays together, right? I thought that was pretty cute. And of course, those aren't real machetes that they're wielding at the comic book convention at the Century Center Marriott Hotel in the Atlanta, Georgia area. I thought that was pretty cool. And I'd said the family that kills together stays together. And then Bob of Thrash Pondo Ponds actually corrected me on Facebook, said, no, slays together. And he's right, it rhymes. The family that slays together stays together. So he improved my line that I'd written. So thank you to Thrash Pondo Ponds, which is a very fun YouTube channel. He does live trivia on Sunday night on his YouTube channel, Thrash Pondo Ponds. I recommend it if you're into trivia games, and he's very interactive and he pays attention to the chat expertly. I think he does a great job. So there you have it. I did want to also mention, here's a funny shot. All right. Remember Lois Lane from the 1990s? What was her name? The actress, Terry Hatcher, right? Well, this is kind of a little known fact. She actually was on the Love Boat in season 9, the last full season of the Love Boat, the 85-86 season, as one of the mermaids, which were dancers. And here's a publicity shot that I posted in the Podblast. And on Facebook, a couple women were saying that is AI and Photoshop. And I said, no, ma'am. I said, that's actually a publicity still. That's an 8x10 glossy. That is an official photograph, big hair and all, of Terry Hatcher, the first big acting job she had on a national scale, international scale, really, because Love Boat was extremely popular for ABC. A Aaron Spelling, Leonard Goldberg production. And they were a very prolific, successful production team of executive producers. There you go. So that's Terry Hatcher. No birthday, no reason. I just like that picture. I'd posted it a while ago, and I always bring posts back that are a couple of years old because I have new people joining the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group all the time. Wish I could say the same for Twitter, although the X, it's starting to pick up. Now, here's another picture of nostalgia in terms of nostalgic food. Look at this. These are cold cuts. Any vegetarians out there like TD who might be glancing through this are probably disgusted, as I am. And I like some cold cuts that are of quality. But check that out, man. Now there's pickle loaf, which a lot of people said, hey, I don't see the pickle loaf. I love that. That's the kind of crap Gen X kids ate. Look at that. I mean, look at the head cheese at the bottom. Sorry, listeners. I'm describing Oscar Mayer products, the hard salami, olive loaf, of course, bologna. There was brown swagger also, which was in a tube. I actually ate that on occasion as a kid. There were things that were really nasty that we ate, Gen X kids, like chicken livers. Mom would serve those on occasion. I would never eat that today. Chicken livers. It's pretty gross. Anyway, did you eat any of that? Let me know in the comments, replay crew or live. I'd like to know if any of those Oscar Mayer products were your favorites then or even now. But I never had the head cheese. I did have the hard salami on occasion. Oh, God. Now there's pickle loaf on the right side of the screen, second from the bottom. Doesn't that pickle loaf? I think it is. Picnic loaf, pickle loaf. It's so small, I'm not looking at a television monitor to read it. But anyway, there you go. So there's some nostalgic Oscar Mayer stuff. And Dave Sundstrom of his YouTube channel, Dave Sundstrom, posted a video about whatever happened to the kid that sang the Bologna song. And he's still around. And man, that video had a lot of views for him. I mean, I don't know if it hit 100,000, but last time I checked, I mean, it was up to like 20 or 30,000 views. I didn't know there was so much interest in that kid. But I never liked that kid, the kid that sang the Oscar Mayer Bologna. And Esmeralda in Washington State says, not all of us ate that stuff. in terms of the Oscar Mayer byproducts and processed junk. Wow. All right. Now, Keebler says no more live. She's afraid that my stream will go down permanently if I play any more of the video that I'd picked for you all tonight on the YouTube and Facebook Live and Twitch side. So let me just stick with some photos. And I want to mention this. I have a new feature for the Nostalgic Podblast. It'll just be on the Nostalgic Podblast. It's not going to be on Chance Acting Demo. But I started a video series where I show every issue ever made of a comic book title that had maybe 200 issues or less. I started with Ghost Rider last Friday Night Live, 81 issues of this, Ghost Rider Volume 2. I won't rehash what I already stated. I'm going to show, I'll take photos of as many as I can of these books. I have entire runs of Marvel Comics and DC Comics titles. And like there's the first issue, not the first appearance of Ghost Rider I featured the other night. First appearance was in a title which I'll show all the issues of that I have in my collection, Marvel Spotlight. And Ghost Rider, the Flaming Skull, Johnny Blaze Ghost Rider interpretation of Ghost Rider, first hit in issue 5 of Marvel Spotlight. But there's issue 1 from my collection, Perfect Condition, in case you didn't see that video. It wasn't that long. I think it was 90 minutes, maybe an hour and a half, where I showed all of the covers of every Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze regular title, Ghost Rider Volume 2. And there's some, and kind of effed up. In the last issue, I showed this. He has a happy ending. Johnny Blaze, the character, he becomes relinquished of the Ghost Rider, and he gained that power to save a loved one from cancer who wound up dying moments later in an accident in a carnival. So he was cursed with being the Ghost Rider. He sold his soul to the devil, basically. But there's the fate of the Ghost Rider trapped. And I don't think I did show that. I don't know if I showed it in context with this is the last two. There's the last 3 pages of issue 81 of the Ghost Rider. There's that. Those are the second to last 2. And then there you go. There's Mephisto on the right in red. He's a demon. First introduced in Silver Surfer Volume 1, Issue 3, back in 1968. There's that. Now, some other titles I'm going to cover from my collection. I wrote them down of the ones I'm going to start with, where I show every cover ever printed. The Defenders, that's like the Avengers. It's another series, and Netflix had a Defenders show. It wasn't very good a few years ago. Defenders, 152 issues. Marvel Team Up, 150 issues. I shouldn't put this out there so a competitor steals my idea. My friend Jeff Logan thought it was brilliant. But I'm going to I'll just mention those 2 to start. I held it up. If you pause, if you're watching on TV, any viewers might be able to see them. And I guess I will go to Iron Man, maybe show the first 200 issues of Iron Man, even though I have more than that. Conan the Barbarian. Anyway, I don't want to telegraph my punch and mention every title, although it wouldn't take a genius to figure it out. Anyone that can research Marvel Comics titles that had 200 issues or less. But I'm going to keep that going, so that'll be fun. Hope you had a good time watching and listening to the Nostalgic Podblast with my remembrance of the late, great James Earl Jones and my history of Friday the 13th and the other features. I want to make sure I didn't leave anything else out. I guess I better not show that clip. It's very brief of the first appearance of the hockey mask. Cindy D's still out there. My mom fried up kidneys with gravy. I loved pickle loaf. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all if you liked it. And this is a no judgment zone here on the Nostalgic Podblast and Chance Acting Demo. So I'm going to do a quick scan of my clips and see if there's anything else. I had so much more on the Friday the 13th side. I wanted to play uncut kills of Friday the 13th Part 2. I don't know if I should risk it. I think it would be okay. Keebler, what do you say? Yay or nay? You think it's too risky? And I certainly won't play the Friday the 13th Part 3D trailer, because the trailers have been what's gotten me in trouble on the YouTube side. I'll just not do it. I'll save it for next year. I'll try again next year on Friday or the next Friday the 13th. There's sometimes 3 Friday the 13th in a year, or 2 Friday the 13th in a year. I don't know if there'll be another one this year. I haven't looked at the calendar. Probably not. But in 2025, next time, that'd be more appropriate. The second time I cover Friday the 13th, since I've had StreamYard, we'll try it then. So I'm just learning the rules of this streaming business in terms of my other channel, Chance Acting Demo, and I don't want to jeopardize that channel. So I'm going to sign off. Let me just do a quick scan of the comments. Keebler said, Chance, I suggest editing Ending this live if you want to play more clips. Ending. Okay. 3 takedowns, I wouldn't risk the channel. Okay, well, it's certainly not worth that on the YouTube side. Why would that be like a record? You know, I get monetized and then the whole thing gets shut down permanently. That'd probably be like a record, right? Like within hours. Actually, it was monetized days ago, but I didn't notice it until like yesterday. I did want to play. Well, this is a clip of me driving around listening to the soundtrack of Space 1999 for any sci-fi nerds. Ending acting channel live. Not Podblast. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that on. Is it still back up? Tell me in chat. Did the acting demo channel ever come back up, or has it been down? Love you, Chance. Do not risk it. Okay. I'll do our regular Donna Summer finale. I did 2 times already since it is Friday the 13th as we're live, even on the East Coast. It's in the 11 o'clock hour. I'll do that, but or try that. But let me know. Is Chance acting demo down? Okay, she says yes, it's up. It's back up. Okay, good. Well, they'll probably send me an instructional email or notification as to what I did wrong, and I'll edit that on that side. But this is all inside baseball. Nobody cares. We're a nostalgia show, especially listeners at Fistful of Radio or Apple Podcast or Podbean or Spotify. Yeah. Now, I will say this, some recommendations. Check out BK on the Air if you like good nostalgia radio. It's a rare nostalgia show. He's not just one of many who talk about the same thing, usually the news. No, I mean, there's not that many nostalgia-oriented radio shows because it really doesn't work, I guess, in terms of ratings. But he's in a unique situation where his station is not really emboldened to the same rules as some stations are. And I won't go into details. It's not important. But he can pretty much go on forever. And I think that's really cool. And his show, more importantly for you, is really good. 2 hours, 10 a.m. to noon. And you can hear it anywhere, even outside of the radio radius of their AM and FM signal in Cartersville, Georgia, by going to WBHF.org or download their free app, the WBHF app. And he's on 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time on Saturday. It's once a week. And the guy's name is Barry King. That's why he's BK on the air. That's his initials. It's not sponsored by Burger King, at least not yet. Should be. And Alan Sanders, who's a fill-in host on a major station in the Atlanta market, WSB, for this guy, Erickson, which is a news show and all that. But they don't talk about that stuff on BK on the Air. I also want to recommend James Install. It's another radio show of nostalgia and current proportion. And BK does current movie reviews. So BK on the Air is not just nostalgia. He talks about some current stuff, a little on the geeky side. But James Install, Geek to Me Radio out of St. Louis, Missouri, is on Sunday night, 10 a.m. Eastern time, 10 p.m. Sunday, once a week, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central, and 7 p.m. Pacific time for 1 hour only. Recommend them. And then Superman homepage on YouTube live Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Pacific time Monday night. And I think they're going to maybe change it when the new Superman and Lois show starts airing its last and final season. Recommend those channels and those shows. And there's others too that I like, but there's not enough time to go through them all. Certainly be here tomorrow night live if my family birthday celebration for my dad is concluded on the BBB Brain Benders Banter YouTube channel. And I already showed this, but here is the thumbnail that Chrissy, who's the leader of Brain Benders Banter, her channel, which is brain teasing puzzles primarily. She designed that. Chrissy did in Northern California. And she also runs a trucking company. I don't know if she wants that out there, but I think that's pretty cool. There you go. And it's about amazing YouTube journeys. And we'll get to something more engaging, I think, topic-wise. This will be part 2, final part about our origin of our YouTube channels. We want to hear Chrissy. She'll lead it off. She didn't get to a chance to tell her story when time ran out, or when we went too long. We went 4 hours, and it was like, oh my gosh. She's like, I'll just lead off next week. So her story should be interesting. I don't even know that story, so I can't wait to hear that myself, whether I'm on the panel or not. I certainly will catch the replay if I can't be on the panel. So there you go. And happy birthday, early birthday to my dad. His birthday, September 20th. We're celebrating it early this weekend. And I hope you all have a really nice weekend yourself. So you look at the comments, and then we'll say goodnight. Wisdom is learning from others, says Esmeralda. I agree. I think I'm getting better each time. I try to learn from others, and certainly my audience or podience, as it were. Definitely. I'm stalling here as I look through the photos, see if there's anything that I'd put together that I wanted to show that doesn't look like there is. So cool. Well, we can say goodnight. And so I saw someone say there were 3 trivia winners. I'll replay the tape and confirm that, but it's 1 individual winner per show. So if Danny Staten won 2 questions, he only gets 1 prize. So I'm not sure if you calculated that, but certainly everyone will have their stuff mailed out. If my eBay buyers paid, I will go to the post office tomorrow, Saturday, as we're live. If not, I'll do it when I can next week, but it will be done by Wednesday. I'm working on a project that might require all of my time during business hours and prevent me from going to the post office. Not being lazy, it's because I'm busy doing something else. All right, so Esmeralda says, great show. Love you, Chance. Love you too. Love you, Keebler, and my flock, and all the wonderful people that hung in there. Hello, and happy anniversary again to Mr. Fulton Mraz, or is it Mraz? Says, hello, Chance. Tomorrow is me and my girlfriend Caitlin's big 8th year anniversary. I know. I'm glad you restated that. That's amazing. 3 pies questions, but the last one wasn't answered. Hey, there's BK out there lurking. Yeah, man, my Facebook Live went down, but it'll come back up, but probably a day late and $1 short a week later. I don't know what was the issue. It was a 30-second clip, probably the interview with James Earl Jones. You probably didn't see it. A little controversial, some of the things he said. I didn't know it would be so, but I think it was more of what was said than any music or anything. But then YouTube took an issue with some Friday the 13th trailers, and I thought trailers were okay. Live and learn, right? But it came back up. So happy trails to you, Danny Staten, and thanks for hanging in there. Have a great show on BK tomorrow. I'll be listening, and you should too. BK on the Air app, or go to their website. I believe it's WBHF.org. Pretty sure I'm right on that. It's .org. I know that, not .com. It's .org. And and he has a killer voice, Barry King, BK. So, all right. Well, let's now have our last dance. I just can't tear myself away. We went over 4 hours, 4 hours, 11 minutes, and 15 seconds. Woo! Now, watch the stream go down on this, which I played successfully 2 times because of the monetization factor. You don't say, which means I don't know. I was going to play me driving around, listening to Space 1999 music. Am I a geek or what? That's Derek Wadsworth, season 2 music of Space 1999, which I was listening to in my Audi as I drove around. Is this thing still on? Okay, not at all. I was going to play another clip just because I'm a geek. I better stop it right there. Derek Wadsworth, year 2 of Space 1999. A lot of people are very vocal saying, oh, especially in England, year 1 of Space 1999 was far superior to year 2 was rubbish. Year 2 was rubbish. No, it was just different, and it was more Americanized, to be sure, but the writing was a little bit sharper in terms of the characterization and more realistic in terms of humor, romance. It just irritates me when people are just trashing year 2 and saying, oh, it's crap. But do want to plug Shout Studios YouTube channel. They've been streaming Space 1999 continuously for months for free, at least in America. I don't think they do so in the UK, but they do in the USA, and that's pretty awesome because I love that show. I always have, always will. That's right. He's still out there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right, man. And ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls, that's going to wrap the show. Too bad I couldn't play the Friday the 13th Part 2 uncut kills, but we'll try again next time on the next Friday the 13th. Y'all have a good one. Be safe. Sleep tight. And don't let them bed bugs bite. And as always, the more you know, the more you listen to the Nostalgic Podblast, the more you know. And I learn from you too. As I stall to find my piece. Here it is. Let's do our last dance. Have a great weekend, everybody. See you next time here on the Nostalgic Podblast. Bye.
So